Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock and I'll call this meeting to order. Carrie, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Ariscata.
Here.
Regent Boylan.
Here.
Regent Brager.
Here.
Regent Brown. Regent Carvalho. Here. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins. Regent Tarkanian. You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. So I'll just provide some initial directions for us, administrative notes as we begin. We'll, in a moment, rise for the presentation of colors by the UNLV Joint Air Force and Army ROTC Honor Guard. And then we'll remain standing for the singing of our national anthem sung by soprano Savannah Baltera, UNLV Director of New Student Orientation, Transition, and Family Programs. Then we will have the pledge presented by Nicole Thompson, and I'll say thank you to all of our special guests for being here to kick us off on today's meeting. So if we can, please rise for the presentation of colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you again. We really appreciate that. As part of just an administrative note, we're going to pull agenda item number 12. Agenda item number 12 had to do with the vacancy at CSN. We will hear that item on December 12th at the next board special meeting. Now I'll move on to agenda item number 1. I'd like to call on Patty to do some introductions, our interim chancellor.
Okay, good afternoon. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor in the Nevada System of Higher Education. And so this is our first quarterly meeting when we have some of our new vice chancellors that have joined our team. And so I'd like to just take a quick moment to first, while you've seen Vice Chancellor Chris Fatone, Business and Finance and Chief Financial Officer, previously at a special board meeting, want to introduce Chris Fatone, who's joined us with the system office, and he comes to us from formerly serving at UNLV. So Chris, if you could just make a stand. And then second, we also have on November 13th, we had our new Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Daniel Archer, join us. And Daniel is joining us from the Kansas Board of Regents office and then formerly served with the system in Oklahoma. So Daniel, thank you, and want everyone to just welcome Dr. Daniel Archer as well to our system team. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you and welcome. I'd like to start off with CSN. Dr. Zaragoza.
Mr. Chairman, Regents, colleagues, and guests, for the record, I'm Federico Zaragoza, President of the College of Southern Nevada, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide you with some CSN highlights and updates for this reporting period. One caveat is that I will be deferring grant funding and enrollment data to our metrics report tomorrow. So it's been a very exciting fall semester at CSN. We had the honor of welcoming Vice President Kamala Harris to CSN as part of our Freedom College tour. We hosted a capacity crowd of over 700 participants, and these were mostly higher education students from throughout Southern Nevada, and we hosted them at our North of Vegas campus. This forum provided students an opportunity to speak directly to the Vice President of the United States about issues that matter to them, including topics like loan forgiveness, educational opportunities, voting rights, LGBTQ, and DEI issues. Regents, our Southern Nevada and CSN higher education students made us all proud. They were really amazing in their interaction with the Vice President. I'm also proud to report that the White House extended an invitation to a delegation of our CSN first-generation college students to participate in the White House office public engagement meetings during the National First Gen College Celebration. Students that participated from CSN included Gerardo Aguilar, representing our student government, Jessica Solorazo, representing our Title I HSI El Mapa, a mathematics program, Title V, and Pio Rejas, our student government president. My appreciation to each of these students for giving CSN such a strong voice on important higher education issues. And if they could just wave if they're in the room. Thank you all for what you've done. As part of our national work, I'm also pleased to report that CSN students will be eligible to participate in remote national internship opportunities with federal agencies. We're doing important work in this space with HACU and our federal programs partners. I want to commend our North Vegas campus Vice President, Clarissa Coda, our Director of Student Life and Development, Mr. Brian Atkins, for creating these new opportunities for CSN students. CSN also hosted several important conferences. CSN was proud to join NSHE and our sister institution in serving as the local host for the National Association of Community College Trustee annual conferences, and you heard from a region already on that. And the conference on CHI, which is International Education. These conferences provided our NSHE institutions an opportunity to be at the forefront of important national and international higher education conversations, networking, and partnership opportunities. In terms of celebratory items, our CSN student athletes continue to excel on and off the field. This year, 33 CSN student athletes were selected as academic All-Americans by the NJCAA. These students attained a 3.6 GPA or higher. In addition, 61 CSN student athletes earned all SWAC conference honors, and these students attained a GPA of 3.2 or above. One student athlete, collectively, our student athletes have provided over 3,900 hours of community service. We also want to congratulate CSN Korean language professor Hee Salzman. He received the Hangul Day Commemorative Merit Award for academic excellence from the government of Korea. In closing, I want to thank President Keith Whitfield and the UNLV team for their wonderful hospitality in hosting this quarterly meeting. Mr. Chairman, this constitutes my report.
Thank you very much. President Hilgerson?
Hello, everyone. First of all, it's hard to believe that this semester is nearing its close. It has been probably the busiest semester I've experienced since my arrival in June of 2016. Our student government, led by Brayson Gomez, has done a marvelous job this semester with events, with showing care for students. Our faculty senate leaders, Rick Bullis and Ginger Doe, got so much done in the last few months through the Faculty Senate. And our classified council, led by Hallie Madole and her team, wow, they knocked it out of the park, especially with our holiday party and the money they raised through turkey donations and hams and all kinds of wonderful raffle baskets. I would say that these three groups really have shown such wonderful leadership. And I want to congratulate all of those stakeholders for their achievements on behalf of TMCC. I have so many excellent updates to report since September that I will start with grants received. TMCC was awarded, as you heard a little bit earlier, if you were at the Workforce Committee meeting, a $1.94 million Department of Labor grant titled Building Pathways to Infrastructure Jobs Grants. These types of grants further develop and grow training programs and work-based paid learning opportunities for students. This helps our students become very qualified job seekers, and they can enter high-quality career pathways in advanced manufacturing. This is in addition to the NSF grant, over $1 million, that I reported on in September, a grant that will help us develop engineering pathways and expand access in partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno. These grants support student success and access. Additionally, much work is occurring internally to do the same. TMCC is committed to maximizing the affordability of going to college, especially by adopting no-cost or low-cost related course materials known as Open Educational Resources, or OER. We are delighted to share that in both spring 2023 and fall 2023, our faculty OER adoption saved students a total of nearly $920,000, or about $460,000 per semester. This is also a significant step toward environmental sustainability through reduced use of paper, printing, and shipping. Furthermore, we have been actively reducing special course fees and eliminating any fees that have other solutions. In 2023, TMCC deleted 206 course fees with a combined sticker price of $10,304. We are doing our very best to offset tuition and fees, particularly the $7.65 per credit fee proposal, that's what it would be for TMCC students, that I support in order to fully fund COLAs. It has also been a very busy time related to visits from our legislative leaders and community members. For example, Senator Cortez Masto attended our Hispanic Heritage Celebration and held an engaging forum with students and staff. Senator Jackie Rosen visited our nursing program at the TMCC William and Pennington Health Science Center to see the new expansion, funded in part with a $2 million federal appropriation. She also highlighted her new nursing legislation, the Train More Nurses Act. I am grateful to both senators with their assistance for making the project a reality. I can't wait for some of the regents who have not seen that completed project to come and visit that location. 2 beautiful new classrooms, renovations, new offices. It's really great. I'm also grateful to the private donors who also helped us raise another $4 million, of which $1 million is still left, and we hope to transition that to some other necessary projects in the healthcare arena. Our excellent Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony and our Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar also visited, and we are so grateful for their interest and support of TMCC students and programs. We love showcasing the value of TMCC in our community for our elected leaders and community leaders. Some good news for our CNA students and our student athletes. Our CNA students had a licensure pass rate of 92% in 2023, which was a significant increase from pass rates coming out of and during the pandemic. We are very proud of these students. We're equally proud of our men's and women's soccer team who enjoyed their best records ever, including wins over top 20 ranked opponents. 12 players were named to the all-region teams, and for the first time in TMCC history, we had a player, Riley Husted, named as an All-American, and this is a very big deal. Congrats to Riley. Both men and women took first place in the Silver State Championship, home Neenes, Nevada. And I'll just pat Dr. Zaragoza on the back. Better luck next year. Anyway, I will close. His teams are excellent too. I will close with one last kudos update. In September of 2023, at the Renewable Energy Market Conference in Washington, D.C., TMCC was announced as one of 5 winners by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in the Green Power Leadership Award. 5 leading U.S. organizations were awarded, and these organizations included Elevance Health, Hormel Foods, Palo Alto Networks, the Home Depot, and Truckee Meadows Community College. These winners span a range of different types of organizations who choose renewable energy and exemplify EPA's Green Power Partnership Market and leadership principles of driving product innovation, enabling green power access, and accelerating the transition to a pollution-free energy sector. Our work on systemic changes and strategic sustainability has not gone unnoticed. I am so grateful to the hundreds of employees and thousands of students who have been helping TMCC make it so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Hilgerson. President Acharya?
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Regents, President, and colleague. I'm pleased to share a few highlights since our September meeting. DRI joined Arizona State University, UNLV, the University of Utah, and others in a major National Science Foundation Sustainability Innovation Engine for the Southwest proposal to address the American Southwest and its vulnerability to climate change due to extreme drought and heat, coupled with rapid population growth, as well as significant potential to unleash the power of STEM discovery and to lead the transition to a green economy. The proposal includes interrelated sustainability innovations to equitably transform water security, renewable energy, net carbon emissions, etc. This is not an ordinary proposal, and we're expecting a result in about a couple of weeks. If funded, this will bring over $150 million over 10 years to this region. DRI researchers led by Dr. Christine Albano were awarded $2 million from NOAA for research on preserving Lake Tahoe as it is threatened by evolving risks to both natural ecosystems and the tourism-based economy. This project seeks to create a transparent and accessible set of tools to better utilize data and insights from ongoing scientific and management efforts to protect Lake Tahoe. DRI is leading the way in building regional climate resiliency through the California-Nevada Adaptation Program, referred to as CNAP. DRI's CNAP project was selected as a regional model for building national climate adaptation. The program will prepare communities for local level action to address climate hazards, including extreme heat, wildfire smoke, water scarcity, coastal flooding. CNAP is led by DRI's Tamara Wall through a partnership with Scripps Institute of Oceanography. is a fun one. Several of our scientists recently launched the Nevada Orchid Project, dedicated to studying and conserving Nevada's orchids. It may surprise you that Nevada is home to 14 species of native orchids, in contrast with Hawaii's mere 3. The project was featured in the Nevada Independent's Indie Environment newsletter, where we have completed our this year's inaugural DRI Science at the Springs Adults Lecture Series at the Springs Preserve in Las Vegas, thanks to many Regents who attended several of our programs, and also held our final 2023 Science Distill in Reno, which featured researchers from DRI and UNR. We will kick off our 2024 season with The Story of the Future, which is focused on the power of mathematical models in forecasting, in keeping the public informed about critical environmental concerns. Science Distill will be held on January 25th and DRI Science at the Springs on February 1. And we look forward to seeing many of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving over to President Daupe.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Kyle Daupe for the record from Western Nevada College. See if this thing works. Hang on, I've got a whole list of rapid fire updates that I want to get in before the month of December, which is tomorrow. I will start with some accolades. The WNC Roads program, which assists underemployed and unemployed Nevadans across the state access higher education through scholarships, received the 2023 Innovation and Access Award from the National Rural Community College Alliance. Our marketing group won several awards from the National Council for Marketing and Public Relations this year, including that cool infinity card that goes on and on. If you haven't seen it, I have one here. It's going on and on. Take a look at it. I have copies for you. Brought it in before. We will update that. Our Child Development Center was awarded a 5-star rating by the Nevada Department of Education for continuous quality improvement practices. On a related note, thanks to the E.L. Cord Foundation, the playground at the CDC was completely replaced this year. We appreciate that, and to make sure it was all safe, I did try out the slides a couple of times until I got some weird looks from the kids, not to mention the parents. WNC is ramping up activities in our Jack C. Davis Observatory, including our weekly star parties. Thanks to Regents Down, Carvalho, Brown, Del Carlo, and Cruz Crawford for attending this semester on a single night. And with that many Regents attending on that particular night, we almost had ourselves a quantum quorum. Almost. Mary Poppins landed safely in Carson City at our musical theater program. Thunderous applause all around for a great run of show. I would like to ask you all to spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but I'll let that go because I don't have that much time. WNC has been recognized, this is a shining moment, as one of the best colleges in the nation to work for, or for you English majors, the best college for which to work. WNC received recognition in the categories of mission and pride, supervisor effectiveness, and competence in senior leadership. I would like to thank my executive team, Dana, Coral, and Nikki, as well as the entire Wildcat family, for their work every day to support employees as they strive to serve our students. Now, speaking of serving students, the WNC Outreach and Access Team has been selected as the winner of the 2023 Friend of K-12 Public Education by the Nevada Association of School Boards for supporting access to college for students across the state. I will accept that honor tomorrow or Saturday night here in Las Vegas. Now, quickly shifting to money, we received a federal grant of $2.3 million for nursing expansion in Fallon. Thank you to our federal delegation for that. And yesterday alone, we received $75,000 for workforce endowment from Ron Turek, a current donor, $48,000 to support underemployed and unemployed students from Betsy and Jerry Canago, $1,500 from the Greater Nevada Credit Union for the Wildcat Reserve Food Pantry, and the big one is $275,000 from the William N. Pennington Foundation to support the Career Center mentioned by Vice President Ryan in the workforce report. So I want to thank all of those donors. Again, that was all just yesterday's end of day. Okay, quickly, I want to talk about enrollment. Our Enrollment Management Committee continues to guide the campus each semester. A special thanks to J.W. Lazari on the admin side and Professor Rebecca Bevins on the academic side for leading this group. Our initiatives in enrollment management have lit up my email with requests for quick calls, presentations, and the like to pick our Wildcat brains as we are now bucking national enrollment trends. I was able to present at the ACCT conference in October with one of our educational partners, as well as Regent DeCarlo, on leading enrollment management efforts on a campus. Thanks to all of the regents who attended that. There was a substantial delegation there. We also showcased our new application for admission at the Highland On-Base Conference here in Las Vegas in October, highlighting enhanced mobility, user-friendly interfaces, and accessibility. Thanks to Troy Wadsworth for this presentation and the staff for implementation of the application, which has doubled the number of applications we receive annually. And so on that, I will close with the biggest news of the semester. After very strategic initiatives over the past year, Western Nevada College has reached its highest level of enrollment in more than 10 years. We are serving 4,377 students, an increase of more than 17% over last fall. In real numbers, that's nearly 650 additional students, and we are still growing through our open entry and flexible course options. I am proud to say we are kicking the access goal. And I thank all of my faculty and staff for their work. Thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you, President Dalpy. We appreciate that, and we appreciate that you're keeping with the standard of entertaining us while providing us with facts from your institution. Thank you very much. President Pollard?
I won't be nearly as entertaining, Mr. Chair. Darian Pollard, for the record, I'd say first, good afternoon, Regents and colleagues. I want to start by welcoming Nevada State's new Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Sarah Fry. Dr. Sarah Fry recently served as the Vice Provost and Dean of Undergraduate Education at the University of California, Merced. And before that, she served as Assistant Vice Provost for Educational Innovation at the University of Illinois. From her experiences at these institutions, she holds expertise in implementing university initiatives and executing creative student success projects. She also holds a PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Arizona. We are thrilled beyond belief to have Dr. Fry on board, and as of the last 4 weeks, we already know that she's going to be a fantastic addition. If I could have you stand, Sarah, just so people can see who you are. Welcome. She did get the uniform message. Unlike her president. This fall, our preliminary report shows a 4% growth in student credit hours. Almost 70% of students are now back physically on campus attending in-person classes. And our spring registration is underway. This year, we opened our registration about 2 weeks earlier, October 23rd versus November 5th, and the impact is already shown in our numbers. We are ahead about 13% in our credit hours to year-over-year comparison. Now, I know that we will have robust conversations later over the next 2 days about budget, but I'd like to share with the board that I did issue a memo to campus earlier this month, placing a strategic pause on the submission process for new initiatives for our FY25 budget year, planning on a, quote, flat budget for the upcoming year that includes scenarios to respond to both COLA scenarios that the board is considering. In my memo, I announced this, and in the subsequent town meeting, I noted my tightly coupled strategic budget imperatives, valuing our employees as they are essential to the delivery of our profound mission at Nevada State University, and secondly, building a strong teaching university for our students that amplifies the potency of higher education in our region and state. I'm grateful for the advice of our faculty and staff leadership, as well as our institutional budget committee and our executive team for their counsel and support of this direction. 'Tis the season of giving, and in that vein, I'm delighted to see how our student body, under the leadership of our student president, Kevin Osorio Hernandez, are showing how that is done and are making an impact within the community. They volunteered for several initiatives over the course of the region, and they believe this is a strong commitment to community engagement as woven in the very fabric of the student government. They have been very active in addressing diverse needs, from environmental stewardship to educational empowerment, infant care, and food security. I'm also grateful for our Classified Employee Council under the leadership of Ms. Phoebe McKnight for their upcoming blessing bags distribution. On December 8th, they are partnering with the Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth to distribute 100 to 150 blessing bags filled with basic needs products to youth experiencing homelessness. I am so proud of our Nevada State colleagues and students. In light of the workforce presentation earlier, I'm pleased to share that Nevada State is now accepting applications for our new 3-year EDS in the school psychology graduate program, which is designed to help address the shortage of school psychologists across the state. Through our partnership with the Clark County School District, prospective graduate students will be able to get real work experience and training in local schools as they complete their degree and join the workforce. As I shared with many of you in my recent quarterly meetings with Regents, Nevada State recognizes that we serve an important gateway to higher education, and our statewide mission compels us to explore new and improved pathways for adult learners and our sister community college students, student institutions, and for workforce developments in the regions. Let me end by sharing one moment of which I'm particularly proud of at Nevada State. Recently, a group of faculty, staff, and students came together to discuss the chaos and political dysfunction that seemingly surrounds us across the globe, from Washington, D.C. to Israel, Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and so many other places around the globe. And they grapple with the potency and pain of hate, extremism, conflict, and resolution. Their courage and vulnerability reminded me that we need a moment and a notion of inclusion that is omnipresent, a deep-seated and profound recognition that inclusion and equity cannot exist in the absence of justice, empathy, compassion, and truth. This moment isn't about performative leadership and high rhetoric, wrapping benign platitudes in gratuitous sentimentality or obfuscation. It is about the deep and painful work of telling the truth, reconciliation, and community building. Justice and truth are always preconditions for peace and compassion. I want to thank our faculty and staff and our students of Nevada State University for reminding me why intellectual fortitude and visceral compassion are our superpowers. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pollard. We'll move over to, We'll move over to President Helens.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I'm happy to share a few of Great Basin College's accomplishments. All of the Great Basin Campus Center locations have exceeded their enrollment targets. And in fact, our health science enrollment is up almost 5%. We're graduating 16 Bachelor of Arts, Science, and Diagnostic Medical Imaging in December. This will significantly impact our rural hospitals where students will be accepting employment. Many of the students that are graduating receive scholarship funding from the Helmsley Charitable Trust and wouldn't have been able to complete their educational goals and dreams without this tuition assistance. Students receiving training at hospitals throughout Nevada, and without those partnerships, the success of these students would not be possible. We've also educated or trained over 22 medical providers, which includes physicians, physician's assistants, and nurse practitioners on point-of-care ultrasound in ERs, clinics, and urgent cares facilities. This education program is part of the $1 million that was received, again, from Helmsley Charitable Trust. The point-of-care ultrasound trains doctors and others how to use state-of-the-art sonography equipment at the bedside so that it improves patient outcome. GBC also received grant funding from the Nevada First Gen Network to develop competition math clubs. We have approximately 100 middle school students enrolled from Elko, Ely, and Winnemucca, and GBC has 3 math instructors helping these students get ready for a popular international math competition called Math Kangaroo that's held in March. This is the start of a model to help students have fun with math and to increase this important skill level across the state of Nevada. New programs. We're adding certificates in data science and analytics and another in cybersecurity. We've restarted the diesel program successfully in Ely and started instrumentation program in Winnemucca. And we've also employed our first 2 women in the CTE program, an electrical instructor who was one of our students and an instrumentation aide. GBC welding expansion is nearing completion, and that's going to allow next fall's enrollment to double with this improved facility. GBC's worked in collaboration with rural school districts and the Nevada Department of Education to create a paraprofessional educational skill certificate, starting our first cohort this spring of 2024. and we were awarded $169,000 to increase this pipeline. GBC also received funding from DETR to develop early childhood educational skills certificate program. That first cohort already began in fall successfully with 30 students. In our new program at Lovelock Correctional Center, we have 70 students, and we hope to have our first commencement exercise there in the spring. And I appreciate Winnemucca Director Becky Coleman for her real focus on incarcerated populations. All of GBC's accomplishment, in spite of these consistently lean times, are possible because of the dedicated employees, faculty, and staff at all the sites, and a dedicated, very small executive team. I appreciate the deans, and I've relied on the experience and expertise of Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs, Jake Rivera, and our Assistant Vice President, Amber Donnelly, because together we continue to successfully chart that well-lit path for students in Greater Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hillens. And we'll move over to President Sandoval.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Urascata, members of the Board of Regents, and Chancellor Charlton. Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno, for the record. First, I want to say thank you to my friend and colleague, Dr. Keith Whitfield, President Whitfield, for his hospitality, and I wanted to publicly wish the Rebels good luck on Saturday as they will win the Mountain West Conference Football Championship. So on a more somber note, I'll start the update with a farewell to a very important member of our university leadership, Dr. Shannon Ellis, our Vice President for Student Services. Dr. Ellis has served our university for over 25 years and will be entering a well-deserved retirement starting in mid-January. And I think you all know her impact was felt not only at our university, but also throughout the Nevada system of higher education. She is not present here today. She will be present tomorrow, and hopefully we can publicly acknowledge her then. But I also wanted to thank her publicly for her incredible service to our students and to our university. We also recently announced the permanent appointment of Dr. Lillian Wachinski as the Dean of the School of Social Work. This permanent appointment was initiated and recommended by the faculty of the School of Social Work, which is a testament to her incredible leadership and vision that will move the school forward. We also recently celebrated an important university milestone on October 19th. Our student newspaper, the Nevada Sagebrush, celebrated its 130th anniversary. So it was on October 19th, 1893, that the students of the university published the first edition of a student-run newspaper, which they called the Student Record. Since that time, there have been 4,200 issues of the Sagebrush, which for your reading pleasure will all be digitalized and be available at our Knowledge Center. Also on October 26th, the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities hosted its first open house to commemorate its new location inside the historic Southside School Building in Reno's Midtown District. For those of you on BFF, we were able to talk about the renewal of that lease, but it's a beautiful building. Founded in 2013, the Gwynn Center is a nonpartisan statewide policy research nonprofit working to advance evidence-based policy solutions for Nevada. And this was really powerful, but at the open house, the center welcomed members of the Gwynn family, including Governor Gwynn's wife, First Lady Dima Gwynn, so it was really special. Since naming Jill Tolles as executive director in January 2023, the Gwynn Center has grown from 3 full-time employees to 8, published 6 policy reports, and added 5 new board members. Also, some exciting news for the campus this fall. The university enrolled 21 new National Merit Scholars. The campus total is 58, making this the highest number of National Merit Scholars that the university has enrolled in a semester. We also celebrated the ribbon cutting for the new School of Social Work building on October 23rd, and Regent Del Carlo was there, as was the Dean of Social Work, Dean Lillian Wachinski, Provost Thompson, and many social work students. The building is located in what is called Building 58, which has been on our campus for more than 100 years, and it's a beautiful building. The university recently announced a record $36 million individual gift from the George W. Guillemot Foundation. It is the largest monetary gift in university history. And this gift, with obviously your approval, We'll create the George Guillemot Aerospace Engineering Department within the College of Engineering, and will provide the next generation technology that will transform the visual experience within the George Guillemot Dome in the College of Sciences Fleshman Planetarium. If you haven't been to the planetarium, it's celebrating its 60th anniversary, but a really special place. We're excited about modernizing that. And for those of you from Washoe County, I think every fifth grader, it goes to the Fleshman Planetarium, and as a part of this gift, it will scholarship all of those students to go for free. And finally, I hope you will all have the opportunity to join us for our winter commencement. We will have approximately 1,800 winter graduates. So we're excited to celebrate them on Saturday, December 9th. Mark your calendars at Lawler Events Center. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide this update. And go Pack.
Thank you, President Sandoval. And now I'll turn this over to our host, President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Vice Chair, members of the board, community, and everyone here today. Welcome to UNLV. We're very, very happy to have you here. I'm going to take a little bit of time now to just go over a few things, but you're going to hear from me 2 or 3 times, it seems like, this afternoon, so I'm going to try to make this, I was going to say short, but I'm not going to do that. But I want to just say that it's been an incredibly busy and productive fall semester here at UNLV. And that's in part because we have incredible leaders that are here. I want to make sure that I acknowledge the great collaboration that we have with the Faculty Senate led by Bill Robinson, our incredible CSUN President Michaela Franklin, and the insinkable, incredible Nicole Thomas, who leads our Graduate and Professional Association. In addition to new leadership that we have at the university, Jose Mendez became our interim Chief Diversity Officer, and Casey Wyman joined us from the Air Force Academy and will be serving as our CFO. Wave to the crowd. And usually is what is considered, may God have mercy on your soul. Lots to do and lots of tough things to do, and we've got great leadership to be able to do that. But around campus, there have been some really exciting and interesting things happening. Earlier this fall, the university launched the planning process for a comprehensive climate action plan. The plan will encompass academic courses, research, and campus operations, and will have a long-lasting impact on our university and community for years to come. I think that it's clear that the stakes have never been higher to be able to try to save our planet, and we need to do our part in that effort. That's what this planning is all about. It's going to be inclusive with input from students, faculty, and staff in facilities all over campus. Being sustainably minded is not new to our campus. We've worked hard for years to reduce our carbon footprint and create a more sustainable community. And this initiative moves us to the next level. We'll be able to build on this foundation to give us a clear and strategic roadmap for a cleaner future. I look forward to sharing more about that climate action plan in the months to come. Continuing along the lines of the environment, we have a program that is the UNLV-led Las Vegas Urban Forestry Initiative that received a $5 million grant from the U.S. Forest Service last month to help counteract the growing impact of extreme heat and climate change in southern Nevada. Over the next 5 years, UNLV and community partners will engage and educate local residents about the importance of trees in urban areas and add thousands of drought-tolerant trees to our community. The project combines both research and community engagement in meaningful ways, and you'll hear more about this project in a few minutes from our amazing sciences associate professor and one of the project's leads, Allison Sloat. Moving along, a UNLV-led team traveled to caves beneath the Grand Canyon to capture stalagmites, which act as ancient rain gauges. The team used the stalagmites to study the relationship between warming temperatures after the last ice age with intensifying summer monsoon rains on groundwater reserves. The study, which explores whether ancient trends can predict future realities, was the cover story in the journal Nature Geosciences. Their research is important as studying nature's past may uncover clues to better understand climate change for today. UNLV continues to make a name for itself in research related to the last great frontier, which is space. The university recently earned 2 grants from NASA that will open opportunities for students from all backgrounds getting hands-on experience with NASA and partner labs nationwide. Students will be able to attend workshops and have mentorship experiences with top scientists and even develop technology that will improve the safety of NASA's spaceflight teams. Earlier this month, you may have noticed that if you were in Las Vegas, there was a bit of trouble traversing our streets. In part, that was due to the changes that needed to be made to be able to accommodate for a sports world event, which was F1 racing, which was brought to Las Vegas Grand Prix and to the town. And in February, we will again be the center of attention when the Super Bowl comes to Allegiant Stadium. One thing that these events have in common is that both provided amazing opportunities for UNLV students. Hospitality students were able to participate in a special F1-focused sustainability course that centered on diverting food waste from the large event. And a team of engineering students are building a 1/10 scale F1 vehicle that can function autonomously in a competition. And dozens of students from numerous academic disciplines have spent the better part of a year serving as interns for the Las Vegas Super Bowl host committee. And we're preparing for February's big game. And speaking of big games, even though my illustrious colleague stole my thunder, how about those Rebels in football? So this Saturday, we will host the Mountain West Champion football game. I like to argue that we have the best stadium for college sports in the country. And so this is going to be a great position and point to be able to highlight that. We should note that our coach also became the Mountain West Coach of the Year. And this will be the first time in our university's history to host that Mountain West Conference, so we're very excited about that. I want to end by sharing an incredible initiative that highlights the creativity of our faculty in education to address the urgent teacher shortage that we've talked about a number of times already today. The Nevada Forward Initiative, a teacher prep program housed within the College of Education, was approved by the State Apprenticeship Council as our state's first teacher training apprenticeship program. The program is also the first of its kind in the Western U.S. and one of just 8 nationwide. It will open the doors to new funding opportunities and support a path for teachers, for paraprofessionals in local schools and those with degrees in non-teaching fields. With this, Chair, I conclude my report.
Thank you very much, President Whitfield. And I will just ask that you please continue and introduce your faculty and student presenters for today.
Thank you, Chair. And again, that's Keith Whitfield for the record. One of the, I think, great things that we do in our board meetings is to be able to have representations of students and faculty in terms of providing presentations about some of the special things that our students and faculty do across our incredible system. Today, I get to share with you one of our incredible faculty members. I just don't think we've got enough time for you to learn all about her, but she is an associate professor in residence. Her name is Allison Sloat. She's in the College of Sciences. She teaches first year and second year seminars, geosciences courses, and STEM outreach programs. She received her BS and MS in geology at Cal State University San Bernardino and her PhD in geosciences at UNLV. She's served as a UNLV Faculty Development Fellow and a UNLV President's Fellow. She was awarded the 2019 UNLV Distinguished Teaching Award and the 2017 and 2022 UNLV CSUN Faculty Award for Excellence in Teaching. Dr. Sloan is going to provide a presentation for us today that's entitled From Seed to STEM, Growing Climate Resiliency with Community-Based Education. And what I'd like to do before you get started is to also introduce our student presenter so he can follow immediately behind you. That person is Zachary Billett. Zach is a senior at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, pursuing a major in political science with minors in Brookings Public Policy and Great Works of Philosophy and Literature. He is the 2023 Harry S. Truman Scholar for Nevada. He is also a Nevada 2023 Morris and Stuart Udall Scholar. He's completed the Public Policy and International Affairs Junior Summer Institute at Carnegie Mellon University, and he also was a finalist for the Rhodes Scholarship. So as you can imagine, this is one of our amazing students that's here, and his presentation is going to be Garbage, International Organizations in Africa. With that, doctors.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Allison Sloat. I am an associate professor in residence in the College of Sciences. This really all started with one little idea. We know that we need to reach students early to get them interested in STEM. And so I had one little idea to start an outreach program for fifth graders called Rebel Science Camp. I started that in 2017, and all of the outreach programs have really grown from there. So with the support of the College of Sciences and MSTS, we have served about 1,200 fifth graders at UNLV. The students come to UNLV. Undergraduate College of Sciences students lead them through different science activities specifically related to climate change, and they encourage them to pursue sciences and to go to college. Because we only can reach fifth graders and we only have so many Fridays during the semester, that grew into another program that is a service learning program for the second year seminar that I teach. And in that program, we are able to reach more students because we go into the classrooms in elementary schools and we help teach them about climate change. So my students do that also. But again, we only have so many days in the semester, so that grew into the summer STEM camps. So this past summer, I partnered with Dr. Erica Marty in engineering, and we started running summer STEM camps for third graders through fifth graders, and we ran 3 weeks of summer STEM camps to reach even more kids. Because not everyone can come to UNLV, that branched out into the STEM Teacher Development Academy. So I started that to help the teachers learn how to teach science activities to their kids. So at the STEM Teacher Development Academy, the teachers visit UNLV once a month, and I teach them in a workshop how to teach these different science activities. And they're also partnered with an undergraduate or a graduate student from the College of Sciences who serves as the resident scientist in their school. So that resident scientist also goes to the school and helps teach those activities to the kids. So the teachers are provided with all of the materials, all of the training that they need, because we know that teachers typically do not have the funds to make all of these materials for these science activities. So that has grown now. We are serving about 2,000 kids now. And when I visit these schools, I realized, as you can see in this picture in item number 5, their schools have very, very few trees. As I've been teaching my Sci 201 kids about the lack of tree canopy and climate change, we know that some of these schools are in areas with as little as 2% tree canopy cover. Las Vegas is one of the fastest warming cities in the country, and it has one of the worst urban heat island effects in the country also. And the main way to combat that is by planting trees. So this has grown into a project that was recently funded by the Cooperative Extension to plant trees at schools and teach those kids about how the benefit of those trees and how they can be part of the solution in dealing with climate change. And then that grew into our most recent grant, which is a $5 million grant funded by the IRA and the Urban and Community Forestry Program for the Las Vegas Urban Forest Center. And so with that we can plant trees in disadvantaged communities. Those disadvantaged communities are shown in gray on that map up there. So it's most of Las Vegas Valley where we can improve the tree canopy cover. And we are also working on workforce development. So we will be training arborists in training who will take care of those trees in the decades to come and involve community members and high school students in the monitoring of those trees in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Regent Perkins here. I just have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead, Regent Perkins.
For the summer STEM, I know, don't walk away so quick. For the summer STEM, how do you initiate the entrance into the elementary schools? Is it like, does the principal have to ask you, or do you?
For which program? For the summer STEM?
Summer STEM.
For the summer STEM, the parents actually have to bring them to UNLV.
Okay, the previous STEM program, the one that came before the summer STEM program.
Where we go into the schools?
Yes.
Yes.
That one.
That one is just, hey, can you come on this date? And if we're available, we go.
Okay,
we were there yesterday at Durfelt Elementary School.
Awesome. So you don't. So the principals or somebody at that school reaches out to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how do
usually
they
the teachers?
Usually
Yes,
teachers.
yes.
And because you teach the teachers, that's how they know about the program.
Yes. Or it's just word of mouth. Now it's just word of mouth. So
Awesome.
every day I get requests.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go. We're good. Okay, so now that I figured out the button, I figured that President Whitfield would laugh at the first word in my presentation, and partly that's because I think that garbage is very misunderstood. And throughout this presentation, I'm going to give at least a couple of pointers and cues as to why, in my research and my work, sort of building out our climate action plan, I think that that's the case. And then I'll go into some of the other research related items that I've sort of discovered along my journey here at UNLV. So I wanted to start as sort of a photo album of my journey from childhood to now here at UNLV. So when I was in 5th grade, I desperately wanted to be a marine biologist, and you could not keep me out of the ocean when we went to California. So it's a little bit ironic growing up in Vegas and now coming to UNLV that was the career trajectory that I expected of myself. But I think no other self-respecting 10-year-old boy would walk into elementary school wearing flippers and goggles. So I think that speaks a lot to my interests and both the way that I value my authenticity and the way that I approach the world broadly. So now we come to here. Obviously, I changed trajectories. I didn't go into marine biology. I diverted my track pretty substantially to political science and public policy, but I still remain very engaged in the environmental spaces. And I do believe that one of the big reasons I was interested in marine biology and science in general is because it allowed me to explore new areas of the world that I hadn't been to before. And while I can't necessarily be in the ocean and study octopi, which is my favorite animal, and I wore my pin today, I can study lots of other things across the university and across our state and beautiful world. So when I first came to UNLV, I started as a contact tracer. I had no epidemiological interest or training in disease investigation, but I thought, why not? We're in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Why not try some new things? So I ended up contact tracing for about 6 months, which was a wonderful experience in partnership between the School of Public Health and the Southern Nevada Health Department. And during that same time, I ended up finding what I consider now my new home away from home at the Honors College. One of the few events that I was able to do on campus was a scavenger hunt in October of 2020. And in addition to that, the only class I had on campus that year was also a class at the Honors College first year seminar. And I'll get into a little bit of why that's sort of a full circle moment for me. But now this comes to the point where I really found my spot and my interest area in exploring new things, and that was research. I had never considered research to be a prominent path in my life, but when I started at Brookings Mountain West and the Lindsay Institute as a student researcher, last summer, I found what I considered one of my most passionate interests now in policy-related research. And to date, I have published 17 fact sheets. That's changed since this presentation. And I wrote a policy brief on municipal waste, which I will get to at the end because I think that's the most important. And my research on municipal waste allowed me to travel to Montana, where I presented at the Western Regional Honors Council Conference and met some wonderful people there and had some wonderful insights on how they manage municipal waste in Missoula, Montana. At the same time, I was able to then adventure off to Chicago, sponsored by the UNLV Honors College, to present that research to a different crowd of political science experts at the Midwest Political Science Association. And coincidentally, on my flight there, I happened to check my Instagram, and my favorite violinist of all time was playing with the Chicago Symphony, and I got front row seats to see Hilary Hahn, which was fantastic. And now this brings me to some of the things that President Whitfield had mentioned, the awards. While I think that awards are great, I think they're sort of an encapsulation of the hard work that I've put in to making my UNLV journey not only important for me, but important for the people that I hopefully want to guide my research and action towards. My municipal waste policy brief won the Calvert Award on campus, and like President Whitfield mentioned, I got the Udall Scholarship, Truman Scholarship, PPIA, and I was a Rhodes finalist. Although I did not get it, I don't need it, because I have found my place here in Nevada and in Las Vegas. And every time I travel elsewhere, I realize how much I really do love this place and how much I valued the opportunities that UNLV has not only granted me, but so many of my peers and fellow colleagues and students. One of the most important things that I'm very glad President Whitfield mentioned in his report is the founding and starting of the UNLV Rebel Climate Action Plan. Now, when I joined CSUN in May of 2021, I was still wearing a mask and I was still wearing an all-thrifted suit, which I unfortunately did not wear today, although it would have been on brand. And I was sworn in, and I had sworn to the students that had elected me that I would bring some sort of sustainability measures that I believed were lacking on campus. And hence, through lots of conversations with many colleagues and campus directors and relevant stakeholders, the Climate Action Plan came to life. And while my resolution that was passed in student government was just the first step, I now remain involved as a member of the core planning team for the Climate Action Plan as we move forward. And I think that student impact and support and guidance on this plan is integral to a successful completion and progress towards sustainability action on campus. And this past summer was actually my first time being out of Las Vegas for longer than 2 weeks, which is kind of a crazy thought. But I was in Pittsburgh for 7 weeks at Carnegie Mellon, and I realized that there is a lot of rich culture at UNLV that I take for granted. There are places, universities that I've been to, Carnegie Mellon specifically, that I did not feel at home at, and although I really valued the education that I got and the partnerships that I made with the people in my network, the university that called home was UNLV for undergrad to finish. And I know that that will always remain an important part of my academic and professional journey, is the relationships, the connections, and the research that I have completed here at UNLV. And this brings me to what I think is sort of a culminating point in that I have found and hopefully have solidified an interest in my graduate education prospects, and that is going to, at one point, a PhD in international affairs, because that's really what interests me more than anything, and that's certainly the intersection between environment and international affairs is very relevant, if not 10 years ago, especially today. And hopefully I will be able to travel internationally for my career. And the reason I found that I was interested in going into a PhD is, one, because I loved research, so it seemed sort of like an ideal path to go. But two, I was able to teach the same Honors 105 first year seminar this year that I was taught by a peer instructor when I was a freshman in the Honors College. And the experience now finishing this semester with my first year students on Monday is going to be very bittersweet. And I will try to save them the tears, but I can't promise it, because it has been a wonderful experience to provide a space for them to learn and for me to learn about my future career prospects, what I value in education, and beyond. And this leads me to my final thing. If I want to be an educator, I feel like I should be able to educate any group of people. So my municipal waste research brought up a lot of interesting findings about the way that we approach recycling, garbage, composting across the United States and beyond. So here in Las Vegas, our municipal waste system is owned and operated by Republic Services, from curbside pickup to recycling centers to the landfill itself. But what's important to know is that you can make personal impacts, and I do want to emphasize that personal measures do have substantial impact on environment. And although climate action planning is fantastic and that's a wonderful step, taking personal action is incredibly important. So I wanted to share a bit about plastics, which I never thought I would know as much about as I do now. But in case you're wondering, the non-recyclable plastic numbers in the state of Nevada, or specifically in southern Nevada, are number 3, which is polyvinyl chloride, and number 6, which is polystyrene. That's your styrofoam cups. And number 3 is PVC pipe. So you can't put that in the curbside bin here. What you can put is polyethylene terephthalate, which is PET water bottles. Very highly recyclable, almost infinitely recyclable, at least up to 8 to 10 times. And number 2, which is high-density polyethylene, soap containers, milk jugs, all those sorts of things. And number 5, which is polypropylene, that's food containers. And the most frustrating thing for me that I didn't even include on here is number 7 plastic, which is basically just a catch-all plastic that any consumer brand can put whatever amount of plastic products they'd like in it, and they put a number on it to make it seem like it's recyclable, but in many cases it's not. And the last thing, please do not put plastic recycling or plastic bags, grocery, bread, Ziploc or otherwise, into the recycling bin, because that does jam the systems. So you can put those in specialty recycling bins at your local grocery store. And there are actually several programs across the state and across the nation that use recycled grocery bags to create blankets for homeless people and otherwise. So this is just a brief snapshot of some of the research that I found along the way throughout my municipal policy waste brief, and I think that this is sort of the most palatable part of the project, is that recycling is not as easy as it seems, but it really is important that you learn how you can make individual impact. And ultimately, research is all about finding your spot in education and a professional career, and how you can find your niche to make the most impact for not only yourself, but the people that you research and that you impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you step away from the podium, I just want to make sure that if any regents have questions regarding the presentation, that they're offered an opportunity to ask. Sure. Regent Brown?
Regent Brown for the record. Thank you so much for sharing this. When you give your presentations, are you finding a domestic or international audience is more receptive to your training?
It's a good question. So I did a brief internship experience with some university students in Namibia that was virtual. And I would say the palatability of recycling-based programs can sometimes fall short on ears that are directly focused on climactic impacts related to drought and survivability of some extreme conditions in a lot of sub-Saharan Africa. But that's not to say that international partners aren't very interested in cooperating on environmental impact. I think I just gave a presentation today in my econ class, and we sort of reviewed Eswatini's economic development over the past 50 years. And unlike the United States, from time to time, Eswatini has sort of incorporated sustainability into its founding documents and cooperative agreements with businesses. And the same can be said for a lot of other countries across the developing world, that they're very interested in creating a world that's more hospitable than the one that we're sort of going down now. But I think any group of people should be receptive to conversations about how you can make the world that you are living in, that you want to bring your children into, a better place.
I totally agree, and I appreciate you framing it that way. I do find just, I've also worked in the climate space a little bit, and I have found that a domestic audience is oftentimes apathetic because they don't see it. It's taken away in a truck once a week, and how lucky we are to be able to put it in a bin and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I lived in Europe for a few years, and I had like 6 different colors of bags, and I like panicked because I was afraid I was getting it wrong. I got fined once actually because I did do it wrong. So I'm just curious, and I'm hopefully, and as you progress in your professional career, I would love to stay I'm going to watch you from afar. And I'm really hoping that you can help change the dialogue, because I do think it's important. We can't just talk about climate, and we can't just talk about recycling as like someone else's problem or someone's problem 50 years from now. Like we really do need to start making changes. So I want to commend you for taking some of those and for teaching students and bringing them into the dialogue as well.
Last thing I'll say, because you mentioned it, we do often send a lot of our waste to other countries too. Yes. So it's out of sight, out of mind, not only in our own backyard, but we also send it out of our country because we don't want to view it.
And I believe
personally.
we kept doing that even after we found out it was dumped into the water. We just kept doing it. So yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
But thank you. You are going to be part of the next generation that says this is not okay. Put your foot down and we're going to make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are two fantastic presentations. Thank you both. We'll now move on to public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 928-4944-5069 and passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is no public comment in Elko.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, we have a couple.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Allmeyer, and I work for Truckee Meadows Community College. I'm part of ASME Union. This is in regards to a memo that was sent from the Lombardo administration. Said they were to exclude thousands of dedicated employees from their longevity pay merits or awards. That's going to affect, I believe, the lower or the backbone of, say, all the state employees, because without them, we won't. It's nice to have an extra bonus, per se. It helps them out through their daily lives as far as, so you got Christmas coming up. It helps them out with any extra bills or whatnot that they acquire. So, and then of course, again, in July. So with that is,
I can't take anything right now, Pam.
and so it helps out, like I said, the lower class, or I shouldn't say class, but the employees that are having a hard time, I'd say, through the holiday seasons. So, and then it also helps out when they do retire. I believe it adds on to their final last highest 3 years of pay. So, and with that, thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jacob Stock, and I'm a student at the University.
Jacob, if you can hear me, we're having some technical difficulties, and I'm going to ask for you to please pause your public comment until we can resolve this. Thank you. I think what we'll do is, because it's so important for OML reasons, frankly, for everyone to be heard during public comment, and because we're having some technical issues, I'm going to call a 5-minute administrative break so that we can fix the technical issues that we're having right now. Thank you. Okay, I believe all of our technical issues have been resolved, at least for now. So if we want to grab our seats back, we will resume.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can just, if you wouldn't mind, please give us one more moment as folks are finding their seats. They should be able to. We might as well. Okay. I think we're all set, and we'll continue with public comment out of the system office in Reno.
Hello, my name is Jacob Stock, for the record, and I'm a student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I want to inform the board that in this time of anti-Semitism throughout college campuses, there has also been a spread to our UNLV campus. Campus administrators and campus police have been extremely helpful to the Jewish community. But there are still issues of anti-Semitism occurring. Jewish students do not feel safe walking around campus when they see swastikas and anti-Semitism of the like. I urge the Nevada System of Higher Education Board to be aware of this to protect our UNLV campus community and the Jewish community. Lastly, I would like to personally express my respect for Chair Brooks for being a change-making leader and persistent supporter of the Jewish community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Krakauer, and I'm a student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I wanted to make the board aware that there have been issues with anti-Semitism on our campus. Campus administrators and campus police have been extremely helpful to our community, and I urge the Nevada System of Higher Education Board to be aware of this as well, to be aware of this and to protect the Jewish community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Association. First of all, I'd like to thank the NSHE staff for their work on the annual salary schedule update, item number 22. Implementing the new procedures that were just adopted a little over a month ago cannot have been an easy task, but it is much appreciated and the results are a dramatic improvement over our previous practices. I urge the board to approve the recommendations as presented on item 22. Secondly, I'd like to acknowledge the difficulty that you all face in deciding how to handle COLA. Legislative action combined with our own fiscal policy that delays revenue has put you in a very tricky spot. Now, contrary to what some of you apparently believe, I have never supported the legislature's 2019 decision to reduce NSHE's reimbursement rate from 80% to 65%. I have in the past and will in the future continue to lobby against that decision. What I have said in multiple public comments to this body is that, right or wrong, the reimbursement cut is a reality for the time being, and NSHE institutions must budget accordingly. This is compounded by our predictive pricing policy, which delays the impacts of inflation on our revenue streams for as much as 5 years. This COLA is historic in the sense that we will not have an opportunity for a course correction like this again for many years, if not decades. Regardless of what happens here this week, student fees will go up as the last 2 years of inflation are factored in. But under the current policy, it won't happen for several years. Unfortunately, when they do catch up, NSHE will be limited by whatever COLA the state approves at that time. You may have the resources for a 10% COLA in 4 years, but that won't matter if the state only approves 5%. There's only one shot at this, and I urge you to take it. Thank you.
There are no further comments.
Thank you. Then we'll move right here to UNLV.
My name is Luis Ortega. Luis, Luis Ortega, ORTEGA, for the record, CSN Counselor and VP of CSN FA. Hi, Regents and Chancellor Charlton. First, I want to thank you all for the work that you do. The first item that I want to speak to is the item about the 11% COLA. I know that many of you have called it a salary increase, but it's not. It's cost of living. As all my colleagues, I am in support of the 11%. Money is always an excellent tool to retain faculty and staff. It is not the only tool, but it's one that is needed the most. We also need to look at the NSHE initial salary schedules table. It needs to be updated. I have spoken in the past about the attrition of faculty and why it's so difficult to hire new faculty when salaries are pretty low. Dr. Zaragoza has done a great job at CSN, and I know that we have a new position coming up in the office of the president at CSN. I support Dr. James McCoy to be the next interim president. I have worked with James in the past negotiating the collective bargaining agreement. He's very knowledgeable of CSN, and he's a student center. And I believe he will do a great job at CSN. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Regents and Chancellor Charlton. My name is Jody Mandel, and I've been at CSN since 2005. I am a full-time faculty member in the Department of Communication, former faculty senate chair, and I currently serve on the executive board of CSN Nevada Faculty Alliance. And I was thrilled when I learned that James McCoy was going to be recommended to become the interim president at CSN. I think there is no one better to serve in this role. I have seen James McCoy over the past 2 decades in a multitude of positions, from professor to lead faculty to department chair to vice president, and now hopefully on to interim president. It seems like a natural and seamless transition, and it seems like the best thing to do for us, for McCoy, and for CSN at large. One thing I can tell you about James understands the institution at CSN. James understands the challenges at CSN. James understands the people at CSN. James understands the students at CSN. And I believe that some people in this life are just hardwired to do certain things or be a certain way. And I truly believe that James McCoy was built for this position. He is the best leader that we have, I believe. And I think that we need to have gratitude that we have somebody under our nose that is committed, competent, and truly cares about the health and the wellness of CSN. And I know that James McCoy does. So I hope that you will move forward with this recommendation and that James McCoy can be president for a long, long time at CSN. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Stacy Walters, tenured faculty at CSN and lead negotiator for CSN's Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 12, the upcoming vacancy in the office of president at CSN, and I'm disappointed to hear you've taken it off the agenda. First, I would like to thank Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton and Chair Byron Brooks for recommending the appointment of Dr. James McCoy to the position of interim president. I'm personally in support of Dr. McCoy's appointment. As a tenured faculty member and negotiator for the collective bargaining agreement, I've had the pleasure of working alongside Dr. McCoy through a variety of circumstances. He has consistently served CSN as a voice of reason while leading good faith negotiations. It's reassuring to me that NSHE is considering promotions from within the institution. I'm excited to see NSHE consider Dr. McCoy an internal candidate who began as a CSN faculty member. Internal hires like Dr. McCoy are more dedicated to the institution and its mission, have already built trust and relationships with stakeholders, create environments that foster success. Dr. McCoy has shown a diplomatic leadership style alongside his ability to communicate and develop productive relationships. His institutional knowledge at CSN provides the acumen needed from an institutional president to maintain consistency in mission, manage change in organizational structures, and build institutional success. I support this board in approving Dr. McCoy's position as interim president, and I personally encourage the board to conduct more regional and internal searches when filling institutional leadership positions. McCoy is the right choice for CSN's success. Please do not waver on your support. We cannot afford to lose more talent. Thank you.
Hello, board members and Chancellor Charlton. My name is Darren Dockstetter. I am a faculty member at CSN, and I've been at CSN for about 15 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the recommendation for James McCoy to serve as interim president. During the 15 years that I've been at CSN, I've had an opportunity to work with James McCoy in a variety of different circumstances, and I would just like to highlight a few of those. The list could be much longer than this, but I'm mindful of my time. My initial interactions with Dr. McCoy were as a fellow faculty member and a department chair of communications. And I think it's important to emphasize that James has this background as teaching faculty and in department governance, because that gives him a special insight into our student body population, their needs, and the day-to-day functioning of a classroom and a department. These are foundational pieces of the functioning of our institution and critical for somebody who understands the institution from the inside out. James has also always been active in curriculum and student success initiatives. One of the things I would like to highlight is James's work with the Achieving the Dream project. James very quickly emerged as a leader in the student retention side of things, and was instrumentally responsible in getting the system of mandatory matriculation and guided pathways to graduation in place. Now, these are just the way that we talk about these things these days, but much of this wouldn't have happened without James's efforts. And then finally, during my time at CSN, I've been faculty senate chair twice, and I'm currently the legal defense chair for NFA. And so I've had many, many opportunities to meet with James on shared governance issues. He's very knowledgeable about institutional and NSHE policy. And I give him my highest endorsement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, Dave Sexton. I'm the Faculty Senate Chair at Great Basin College. I just want to thank our chair and our chancellor for the visit that they made to my campus and my community and the input that they took. It was really rewarding to see them be so involved and in their fact-finding mission for our possible replacement. I'd also like to say that the faculty at Great Basin, all the campuses, certainly heavily support the recommendation for Dr. Donnelly to be our next interim president. She checks all the boxes we were looking for, and we certainly support that and wish you would support that also. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Rob Levrant, Levrant, with UNLV. I'm representing a group of 25 Jewish faculty and staff who have come together to support each other and contribute meaningfully to campus culture and educational mission around Israel and Jewish community on campus, and supporting members of our community by providing a space where it is okay not to be okay. I want to thank the university leadership and specifically Provost Heavey and Vice President Melendrez, who have met with us and are working together with us to promote, to enhance dialogue, promote understanding and empathy, and help us educate our campus community and create and expand opportunities for academic learning. These are rough times right now nationally. I really appreciated Dr. Pollard's words today. And we appreciate the support we're getting in making things better, at least here on campus. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gregory Brown, BRWN, professor of history at UNLV, former faculty senate chair, former NFA president. I'm part of the group with my colleague Rob that formed, and I wanted to say a few other things. Most importantly, that one of the reasons that we did start to come together really almost immediately in response to the trauma that began here on the evening of October 6th is that we knew that this was not just a moment to talk about complications. This is not just a moment to talk about First Amendment rights. This is a moment to really reinforce educational values, our abilities of analysis, and our academic values. And I think that this is particularly important to talk to this board about because higher ed and academics are implicated in the attacks of October 7th and in the hostage taking. There are Israeli students and faculty who were attacked. There is a historian from my field named Alex Danzig, a prominent internationally known scholar of the Holocaust who is being held hostage. According to published reports, he's been giving lectures to other hostages to help pass the time. He's reinforcing academic values in this time of difficulty. There are students, including not only Israeli students, but there are students from Tanzania, students from Nepal, who have been affected. Clemens Matanga was a Tanzanian student studying in Israel, studying agronomy at kibbutz near Oz. He was murdered. There's a student named Joel Molel who's being held now. These are higher ed people who are affected. And I think that this board and the Nevada system and the presidents can be upstanders as well. They can contribute. And the way to do that is to respond to the call of the heads of the institutions of higher education and research in Israel, which was sent out on October 30th, and which called on specifically heads of scientific and academic institutions worldwide to publicly and unequivocally denounce the October 7th massacre, to demand the immediate release of all hostages, to take every possible measure to respond to dangerous incitement. This is a moment for academic action, and I think you can join us by considering making such a statement.
Hi, I'm Beth Davis. I'm with UNLV, and I kind of get to summarize just what we've been working on. And we want to say thank you for the police presence, things that have gone forward, and ask for more. We still have Jewish faculty and students who still feel unsafe, still need resources. It's okay to not be okay. The mental health resources that I know are available, community resources, if we can continue to make an effort to get that out there so that people know about it and it's on the forefront. And as Greg said, educational opportunities, it's an obligation and an opportunity here to do that. And then just to be represented and acknowledged, I think is what people are asking for. So thank you for everything that's been done. And let's keep going.
I had complete knee surgery. I'm Dr. Felicia Thomas, Associate Vice President for Student Affairs at the College of Southern Nevada. And I'm here because I came before this board in June of this year, and I asked you to do a comparison investigation of what I consider to be discrimination that occurred to me. And one of the perpetrators of that was Dr. James McCoy, as well as members of the search committee, supported by the president of the college and the director, or Dr. Bill Dow. And I asked you all to investigate what I would consider to be a discrimination that occurred to me as I was applying for the Vice President for Student Affairs here at the College of Southern Nevada, from which I decided to withdraw my candidacy. You all did not at all investigate that situation. I was even told by one of you that you would contact me, and you did not. So I'm actually surprised that you would consider hiring or promoting Dr. James McCoy as a president of the college when you haven't even investigated whether or not it was true of my allegations and many other African Americans who have come to the board and issued complaints of racism, particularly at CSN. So I just wanted to make it clear that promoting people who you don't even investigate on whether or not they are, in fact, involved in discrimination is, in my opinion, quite surprising. Dr. McCoy, actually, as you all know, because you supported him, was not even qualified based on the minimum requirements for his current job. His current job required a PhD at the time of application, at the time of hiring. He did not have that. So that was whitewashed by HR. The president brought it before you. You guys didn't respond, didn't do anything about it either. I don't understand how a board who set policy, you guys are the policy setting people for all positions at all of these colleges. So if a position is advertised and it has minimum requirements, it would seem to me that it's important to make sure people meet the minimum. Do you know how many people who have not moved forward in a search because they don't meet the minimum? I personally think that's unethical to have some people, and they were qualified candidates. And I'm not discussing whether I like James or don't like James. I like James, he's a nice person. I like working at CSN. CSN people like me as well. That's not what this is about. This is about if there are situations, I would hope that Black people would not have to swing from a tree with a noose on their neck at the College of Southern Nevada for their allegations of racism and sexism and discrimination.
Ma'am, thank you
to be
for your
taken.
public comments. Unfortunately, we're past the
Thank you.
2-minute mark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and institution presidents. I'm Frank Woodbeck. I'm Executive Director of Grants and Special Projects with CSN. I'm here to speak to item number 12, which was pulled off the agenda, but I still wanted to speak to this. I'm strongly in support of the candidacy of Dr. James McCoy as interim president of the College of Southern Nevada. I've known Dr. McCoy for many years and witnessed his growth, personal and professional, through my years here at the system office and in my current role. As Director of DETR and an Economic Development Commissioner prior to that, I have understood the elements that are necessary to move our economy forward in Southern Nevada. Community colleges are integral to the success of our economy. Dr. McCoy has understood our need to develop workforce training programs that meet the needs of our citizens and that match the economic development goals of Southern Nevada. Dr. McCoy is a serial collaborator, an expert educator, a walking idea machine. He's my go-to guy, my partner who never fails to invite a challenge and respond with a solution. CSN and our sister institutions must meet the education needs of our entire community, and we at CSN have some exciting projects in progress. We need to have a leader who is in place, who is already dedicated to our mission to have our students achieve, succeed, and prosper, continuing on the steep and successful trajectory launched by Dr. Zaragoza. With knowledge, history, and drive, Dr. McCoy was a co-inventor of that strategy. And in closing, we cannot take a step back or slow down. Dr. McCoy knows the institution, the game plan, the players, and is ready to lead the entire institution. I urge you to give him that mandate and do just that at this time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Regents, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Steve Goebel. I am your Executive Director of Marketing and Communications at the College of Southern Nevada. It will be 1 year in December since I switched from the private workforce, and I couldn't imagine more rewarding work. As you know, CSN is in a time of transition with President Zaragoza's retirement imminent. Now is the time to talk about our next leader. From my perspective, the interim president of CSN must not only have for-profit experience, but also a deep understanding of and wide experience in higher education. Longtime CSN champion and current Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. James McCoy, delivers both. CSN has multiple opportunities to continue to improve in the educational space, and I believe Dr. McCoy is the professional to navigate those opportunities. In addition to his current role, Dr. McCoy has served CSN students, faculty, and staff in many ways. With 2 decades of NSHE experience, most of it at CSN, he knows this college better than almost anyone. He has served as the system's Vice Chancellor for Student Success, CSN's Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs, the Associate Vice President for Academic Success, Chair and lead faculty for the Department of Communication as a tenured communication professor, as well as an instructor at several community colleges in California, where he taught an array of communication courses. Prior to working in academia, he worked in radio broadcasting as a radio morning show host and radio station program director. I could go on, but I also want to make sure that I have the time to add how well-liked Dr. McCoy is at CSN. It's obvious he loves this place and our students and our faculty and our staff. To be short, James McCoy is the right man for the job. I hope you consider him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you so much for the time today. I'm here to express my full support for the appointment of Dr. James McCoy for the presidency of CSN. I first met James McCoy as
I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Can you please, for our records, please state your name first and last?
Oh, yes,
Thank you.
my pleasure. My name is Monique Makhlouf, Makhlouf. Thank you. As I was saying, I first met James as his student in advanced public speaking. I earned a D on my first speech, but he didn't hold it against me. Rather, he mentored me to become the first CSN commencement speaker. The CSN administration, including Chancellor Patty Charlton, hi Patty, awarded me a 2-year scholarship to UNLV, which I understand became a CSN tradition for commencement speaker. James remained my mentor as I earned my bachelor's degree at UNLV, and it was on his guidance that I enter the master's program. After completing my master's, I earned a full-time teaching position here at UNLV and served as adjunct professor for CSN for about 5 years. I also served as the interim director of the education for the Sand Center of the Harrah Hotel College here at UNLV. It was during that time that James spearheaded the innovative documentary, No Greater Odds, which spread the message of the power of community colleges across the nation. I was proud to be featured in that film and to speak across the country, including at the Library of Congress, to advocate for the important mission of community college nationally. James's passion for the community college mission has been evident not only in every interpersonal relationship he has fostered, but in the countless hours and times he's spent away from family to advocate for the community college mission nationally. In my current role as Director of Learning and Development for the private sector for the last 8 years, I have continued to partner with CSN for non-credit programs like ESL and GED and spearheaded tuition reimbursement with the community college, not only because I believe in its mission, but also its leadership, and Dr. James McCoy is a pivotal part of that. I do believe that any nationwide search for this position placement would not only be expensive, but also fruitless. I feel that you can look at countless student anecdotes as well as all the successful program implementations Dr. McCoy has led, the faculty support behind him, and his many professional accomplishments. And I have no doubt that you can search from coast to coast.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. We're past our 2 minutes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Just shows how passionate I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Charlene S. Gibson. I'm a tenured communication professor at College of Southern Nevada, and I too am here to voice my overwhelming support for Dr. James McCoy as interim president and hopefully permanent president over at CSN. James actually hired me back in 2010 or 2012, actually, as an adjunct, and I became full-time later, and it was through his mentorship and coaching that I was able to bloom and blossom in an area and have a passion for community colleges that I do today. I've since worked in many different avenues alongside him on different committees and in different projects, including No Greater Odds that Monique just mentioned. And I think that we know that his credentials are obviously fine. I don't want to spend time talking about the credentials. I want to spend time talking about the person. I believe that whoever is the president of CSN needs to be an advocate. And James is an advocate for students, for faculty, for staff, for every single person on campus. I also believe that that leader needs to be authentic. And James is as authentic as they come. You see him, whether you're sitting down in a meeting with him or having a conversation or having lunch, He's the same person in every position, and that's because he is who he is, which is a person full of passion and purpose and persistence to ensure that we're always putting students first and getting the job done. I also believe that a leader of CSN should be an ambassador, and James is an ambassador that has helped to put CSN on the national stage, whether it's through his work with CCA or the Leukemia Lymphoma Society locally or nationally, as well as all different kinds of conferences and opportunities up to and including the White House to make sure that community colleges have a voice at the table and to ensure that not only we're doing the work of community colleges, but that CSN is recognized as one of those top community colleges. I appreciate your time today. Thank you. And we look forward to hopefully welcoming Dr. James McCoy as our next interim and then permanent president. Thank you so much.
Oops, sorry. Hello, Brian Miller. That's Brian with an I, M-I-L-L-E-R. I got to meet this McCoy guy. He sounds pretty interesting. So, the reason I'm here, I actually work at UNR as a carpenter. I'm the banner guy. So, I'm also here because I had the honor of helping support a bill, AB 522, which the governor seems to have slipped some, shall we call them, contingencies that don't exist into the bill. So that's what I'll be speaking about today. I'm a carpenter, and I'm also a proud member of ASME 4041. So here we go. During the 82nd legislative session that concluded in June, ASME members and state workers and legislative allies fought to reinstate funding for longevity. Pay for any employee, and this is quoted directly from the bill, any employee with 8 or more years of continuous service with the state. A similar program ended in 2013 when the state cut wages and retention and incentive programs during the recession. In a memo to state workers, the Lombardo administration said it plans to exclude thousands of dedicated state employees from receiving those longevity pay awards. Yet the bill, again, contingencies don't even apply. How do you know? Read the bill. Read the bill. And just backpedaling, it seems like he's backpedaling. I'm here for the workers, and I'm also here to kind of put their mind at ease and let them know that your fellow coworkers hear you, your union hears you, and now the Regents hear you and president. So, and also I probably will catch heck for this one. A Nevada win is a win for Nevada. I'm a UNR guy, but give them heck, UNLV. And go Pack, always go Pack. We're going to get that cannon back in the cold, cold north. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. William Neff, and I am a professor in the Department of Communication at CSN. And I too am here to comment on Dr. James McCoy's nomination as interim president of CSN. I think I am very uniquely qualified to talk about James, as we have worked together a great deal, first as colleagues, and then when he was chair of the Department of Communication, I was his lead faculty for several years. And then he moved on to Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, and I later joined his team as faculty lead of the Achieving the Dream initiative. Dr. Dockstetter earlier mentioned the mandatory matriculation and guided pathways, which were a couple of the initiatives that we did while I was with the Achieving the Dream initiative, and I worked every day side by side with Dr. McCoy on those initiatives. We did tremendous amounts of research and worked very hard to develop student success initiatives that had a real-world impact. Most of the initiatives we developed were directed specifically at students from underrepresented groups as well as minority students. I can tell you from my experience that there is no one more committed to CSN's student success mission than Dr. James McCoy. I've seen it personally, worked with him, and we worked very hard to make sure that students would succeed. I cannot imagine that anyone would be better qualified to be president of CSN and to continue this important work in student success. I also have known James personally for 16 years. Actually, it should have been longer than that because it turns out he was 1 year behind me at Fresno State in the Department of Communication there, but we never met. Somehow, that's weird. But personally, I can tell you that he's a man of great initiative, great professionalism, and tremendously morally, his character is above question. So I ask that you support Dr. McCoy's appointment as interim president of CSN. Thank you.
Thank you, Regents and Chancellor. My name is Rick Marks, M-A-R-K-S, and I am the Director of Curriculum Scheduling and Articulation at CSN. I also want to back up the vote for affirming Dr. James McCoy as the interim president for CSN. He will seamlessly move us to continue forward on multiple strategic items that the college began under Dr. Z, including our strategic enrollment management plan, our Year 7 recommendations from Northwest Commission, and implementing and finishing the Complete College America Pathways model, of which have helped several of our students graduate more quickly than they have in the past. For leadership, Dr. McCoy promotes CSN all the time, whether it's in school, out of school, at home, not at home. He's worked with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and their annual walk is held at CSN at the Charleston campus. As you heard earlier, he worked on the No Greater Odds documentary to show how CSN helps students achieve, succeed, and prosper. He also works through Leadership Las Vegas and studied the Las Vegas homeless population. To show you Dr. McCoy's character, while in Indianapolis at a conference, he and I and several others were walking to get a quick snack between items, and a homeless person asked our group for change. James invited the man to join us at the fast food establishment we were headed to and would buy him a cup of coffee as long as he talked about his story, where he came from, what was going on, what happened to him. James then began the conversation as we were walking. The discussion continued as we sat there with all of us. And at the end, he made sure that the gentleman knew what options he had to not be homeless anymore, to at least get shelter. While most people ignore the homeless, James did not, and that speaks to his character. He cares. He cares about the students, cares about the faculty and staff. He listens. He's the same in person and in his roles. He's had various roles at CSN, come up from the top. The last president, I've been through almost 10 now. I've been at CSN almost 25 years. The last longest tenured president was somebody who also was moved up from the VPAA position. CSN students in the Las Vegas community will benefit greatly from Dr. McCoy's both connection with our community and connection and longevity at CSN. Thank you.
Thank you, Regents and Chancellor Charlton. My name is Kevin Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L, and I'd like to speak about Article 12. For today, I'm going to say the word acting. I think acting might be a better option, but that's not the resolution before you. So I'm going to tell you that I think positionally and not any one personality. I don't believe any one person could do the role of college president with all the areas of expertise. And so that leads me to the conclusion that what you need is someone who can come in and build a team responsible and can connect with the various stakeholders of there. I also believe that we need to have people that go into the position of the college president who are intimately aware of the needs of Nevada's legislation system and CSN in particular, so that there's not an amazing amount of time lost in, quote, getting up to speed. I've seen other administrators do that at 6 months. So that brings us to James. I am 2 levels down the degree of separation. So from day one, I would have to work with a college president. I currently work with him. I find him an excellent listener. I worked at 7 different colleges. Many administrators nod, shake your hand, and then forget what you do. I feel that with Dr. McCoy, that I can actually work towards solutions and problems in there. I've worked with lots of different supervisors. I've had 5 supervisors in my current position. 3 of them were interim. The challenge with interim is that they always have to work toward becoming permanent. I'm not super happy about an interim option, but I feel confident with Dr. McCoy that it would be a good working interim option to get to some of the solutions that CSN needs. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, Regents, Chancellor Charlton, Presidents. My name is Danita Simons. I am the Executive Director of the College of Southern Nevada Foundation. And I am here to talk about agenda item number 12. Since arriving at CSN in December of 21, yes, it's 2 years already, I've had the great pleasure of working alongside Dr. James McCoy on key student initiatives. I have witnessed firsthand his poise, his integrity, and his leadership and management style is impeccable. Dr. McCoy has made it his mission to support higher education, faculty, staff, advancing academics, to support, and more importantly, to support student success. He also will be a champion for the philanthropic work of the foundation. So I fully support Dr. McCoy in his appointment as interim president of the College of Southern Nevada. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stevan Corbett. I currently have the honor of serving as the interim executive director for the Division of Workforce over at the College of Southern Nevada. I'm here in support of the nomination or the item taking off, but hopefully coming back on at another time to support Dr. McCoy. I had first had the opportunity to meet Dr. McCoy when I was in leadership over at United Way, and we collaborated on a talent hub specific to workforce development for the region. It was this, in terms of that activity, that I saw that Dr. McCoy was human-centered design. That is the work that we're engaged in, and always made sure that the community members, the students were first and foremost, and that anytime we were making decisions, they were baited within what is best for the community, what is best for the student. 2.5 years ago, I had the opportunity to come over to the College of Southern Nevada and work directly with Dr. McCoy as a colleague. I saw that the vision that Dr. Zaragoza brought to students first was always emulated by Dr. McCoy. Anytime there is conversations, big or small, Dr. McCoy always asks us what's best for the student. As adults, sometimes we get in the way and say, well, this is easy for us. And Dr. McCoy is always challenging us to think about the student, to think about the community, and think about the opportunities and the responsibilities we have to those students and to the community. And it's because of those, again, those characteristics, that integrity, that support for the community, that putting the students first, is also why I support Dr. McCoy in this space. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Zen Laktawala, Writing Specialist, a CSN, CAS, Centers for Academic Success, North Las Vegas campus. After listening to the litany of encomiums for Dr. McCoy, I think I should just say ditto, ditto, and walk. But no, I wouldn't have been standing here talking to you had it not been for an email I received, which was sort of slightly less than flattering. It was a slightly less than flattering portrait of Dr. McCoy, and that's certainly not the Dr. McCoy I know personally. So that impelled me to come here and speak on his behalf. And so here goes. I have known Dr. James McCoy since 2007. He's first and foremost an honorable man, one who is perfectly suited for the job of president, let alone interim. Before I took over my department, the previous department head had retained me as an emergency hire for 3 years, and there was no signs of my being promoted. But as soon as James McCoy came on and he heard about this, he immediately saw to it that I and a colleague of mine in the exact same circumstance, that we were made permanent employees post-haste. What's more, he quickly brought order and sanity to what was decidedly a dysfunctional department. And he shaped it into the tour de force that it is today. The Centers for Academic Success, CAS, under the wise and even-handed leadership of Dr. Shelley Keller, whom, if anybody knows, I could call the veritable Florence Nightingale of students and tutors alike. Anyway, I've had the pleasure and distinction of interacting with Dr. James McCoy one-on-one and in meetings, and I've seen and heard him make presentations and speeches in various fora over the years, from 2000 to date, some 16 years and counting. And I have never ceased to be amazed by his erudition, oratory, command of the subject matter, no matter what the subject is, charisma, and electrifying stage presence, his palpable passion, but most of all, by his authenticity. And through it all that I've said, combined with his all too apparent love for CSN, deep and abiding as it clearly is to anybody who knows him or who has interacted with him, all of that makes Dr. James McCoy a shoe-in for not only the interim president position, but more so the future position of CSN president as well. I wish him the best of luck and total support. Thank you.
Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Arascada, Regents, Presidents, and Chancellor Charlton. For the record, my name is Rolando Mosqueda, and I'm Interim Vice President for Finance and Administration at the College of Southern Nevada. And I appreciate the opportunity to share with you my support for Dr. James McCoy's candidacy for the Interim President position at the College of Southern Nevada. I have worked with Dr. McCoy for over 10 years, and during that time, he has demonstrated exceptional leadership skills, superb judgment, a devotion to fairness and equity, and a passion for student learning and achievement. Additionally, Dr. McCoy has consistently articulated and demonstrated values of integrity, honesty, and equality. James McCoy is an exceptional choice for interim president, and he has my full support. I appreciate your consideration.
For the record, my name is Mukund Vaithalingam, Chief Information Officer and Operation Officer at College of Southern Nevada. Chair Brooks, Regents, Presidents, Chancellor Charlton, for the record, we already said that, so. I'd like to formally express my support for Dr. James McCoy as serve as interim president of the College of Southern Nevada upon the retirement of Dr. Federico Zaragoza. It's very disappointing that the agenda item was removed, and also accepting Dr. Zaragoza's retirement. So I'm disappointed in those two. So Dr. McCoy has a long distinguished career at both CSN and NSHE, and has a proven time and again that he's strongly aligned with the students' first focus of both the college and the system. His experience, passion, collaborative spirit, strong leadership make Dr. McCoy a clear choice for continuing the strong momentum that has been built under the leadership of incredible Dr. Zaragoza. James McCoy has been instrumental in the college's successful efforts in educational access and completion rates that buck national trends, while also creating a nationwide legacy as an Achieving the Dream College of Distinction, a model institution for guided pathways, and a Beacon Award winner. I've personally been able to work closely with Dr. McCoy on a number of initiatives, and his insight, leadership, focus on student success, and ability to recognize the best path forward have been crucial to our success. As we make a transition and a critical juncture in the life of College of Southern Nevada, I believe that Dr. James McCoy is our best choice in maintaining momentum and raising CSN to the next level. And I also wanted to thank Chair Brooks and Chancellor Charlton for taking time and meeting all the leadership and all the shared governance and understanding and WhatsApp. I think nobody knows better than Dr. Charlton, Chancellor Charlton, about CSN's requirements. So I want to thank you all. Now, if I have to complain one thing about Dr. McCoy, is an Android user. So thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, Honorable Regents, Chancellor Charlton. My name is Randy Robinson. I'm appearing before you today as a member of the Institutional Advisory Council at the College of Southern Nevada. I currently have the honor of serving as the chairman of that great group of folks. And it's my pleasure to appear before you today to speak on item number 12. Although I don't know that I can have anything good to say about Dr. McCoy, because it's already been said. Everything that you've heard today about him, I have found to be true over the several years that I've been associated with CSN as a member of the Institutional Advisory Council.
The one thing that I would emphasize, every conversation I've had with him one-on-one, every time he's spoken at one of our IAC meetings, each time he's made a presentation at one of our IAC meetings, it's always students, students, students. And from the perspective of our IAC, that's mission number one for us. So for that reason alone, we support this recommendation. But I'd like for just a moment to chat a little bit about the Chancellor and hopefully not get in trouble. I've had the pleasure of working with her for quite a number of years now, and I trust her. I've seen her work through issue after issue, and I understand how deep she goes and how many details she goes after and uncovers, and the thoroughness of her research. And so I trust the recommendation that she has made to this board. I trust the process that has been undertaken to get to this recommendation. And I too would thank the chairman and the chancellor for reaching out to the IAC and giving us an opportunity to weigh in on this important decision. And again, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. Dan Corsi, C-O-R-S-I, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at the College of Southern Nevada, for the record. After reviewing the agenda for this week's NSHE Board of Regents meeting, I want to share my thoughts in support of Dr. Patty Charlton's recommendation to the board that Dr. James McCoy serve as the interim president at CSN upon Dr. Zaragoza's retirement this summer. As the Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at the College of Southern Nevada, I've had the privilege of working very closely with Dr. McCoy since July 2022. James, as he prefers to be recognized informally by his colleagues, possesses a tremendous wealth of historical knowledge about CSN, gained through his 20-plus years of service to the institution from adjunct instructor to chief academic officer. His knowledge and experience, combined with exceptional communication skills, are assets which Dr. McCoy uses to pivot effortlessly when addressing various topics among CSN's diverse constituencies. Through many meetings and late evening discussions, I have firsthand knowledge of Dr. McCoy's genuine passion and dedication to CSN. If anyone has had the opportunity to hear Dr. McCoy speak at an event, you have also witnessed his true commitment to the CSN college community. Despite periodic challenges, I have never once observed him appear defeated or provide a comment that was anything but positive. Dr. McCoy is an inspirational leader, demonstrating a servant's heart regardless of the circumstances. From my vantage point, I see the enormous workload and responsibility that he carries daily without complaint. Dr. McCoy leads with patience, compassion, credibility, and an unwavering commitment to making decisions in the best interest of all faculty, staff, students, and the community. Based upon my assessment of CSN's future organizational needs and Dr. McCoy's ability to lead the college, I fully support the recommendation that he serve as the interim president at CSN. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Lonnie G. Wright, 31-year tenured professor at the College of Southern Nevada in the Hospitality Management Department. For those 31 years, I was the only black professor in the department by design. I participated one time in 31 years for a hiring committee for the HMD department. I was the only professor in the HMD department that went back to school and obtained my PhD, wrote my own textbook, started an industry lecture series to benefit my kids called Let Las Vegas Be Your Classroom. As a complement to my textbook, that lecture series was designed. Elaine Wynn, Sig Rogage, Mayor Oscar Goodman, Governor Bob Miller, Senator Richard Bryan, the longest-serving chairman of the Gaming Control Board in Nevada history, Peter Bernhardt, president of Las Vegas Event, Pat Christensen, and many more illustrious speakers were there for my kids. You can see all of this on YouTube, paid for by me, that the current and future students can benefit from the lectures of those illustrious individuals. I was asked by William Hornbuckle, the president of the largest hotel in the world at that time, the MGM Grand, to train 1,000 supervisors and managers on diversity training. I was also asked by Steve Wynn and Bobby Baldwin to recruit and train 150 African Americans for the impending opening of the Bellagio Hotel. Both aforementioned programs secured a substantial amount of money for CSN. In 31 years, oftentimes I taught classes 3 times the amount of my colleagues. I was demoted by email in the middle of the night. By demotion was sent to all my demotion was sent to all my colleagues for maximum of offensive disrespect. A phony investigation by CSN, it was determined that chair's action was not racist or discriminatory. Although he didn't send other directors the same email with the same rationale of low enrollment, James McCoy was one of his biggest supporters. He even came to a department meeting bragging on how great the chairman was.
Sir, I apologize. We have extended the 2-minute time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Villa, V-I-L-L-A. I'm the current CSN Faculty Senate Chair. Not much more I can say about Dr. McCoy. Everybody's pretty much covered it. I do believe James would be a great person for a reorganization at CSN, and that's what we need right now. Speak a little bit about something else, not as nice, but I'm going to be honest here. CSN, I'm going to use a movie reference here. Y'all seen the Titanic, right? We're the Titanic of NSHE. We're the biggest one, the biggest institution. We're having some trouble though right now. We're sinking a little bit. Students are our passengers. Faculty are the people trying to help the passengers. Our captain, unfortunately, is retiring, but we have a lot of officers on the Titanic, and they're our issue. We have a lot of upper leadership issues at CSN. Now, the problem is we've already hit the iceberg. Some of us are trying to fix it. Some of us are trying to do better, trying to help people. We have these officers, these upper admin people who are actually not doing much at all. Some are doing nothing. Some act like they're doing something. They're doing nothing. Some are actually putting holes in the boat so that their part of the ship will rise up when the other part goes down. So what I'm asking for is, I'm in favor of an acting president because I think we need someone in here who can come and clean up the problem that we have. An interim is good, and I'm not against Dr. McCoy being an interim. I'm just more in favor of the position being an acting. I want somebody who will not have to worry about trying to convince you all to be the permanent president. I want somebody who knows they cannot become the permanent president, who will come in here and do some work. Okay, we have all these people, and I'll tell you, I've got 5. That's just me. 5 people that need to go. 5 people that are diabolical. 5 people that are not working. 5 people that are completely useless, and that's just in our upper administration. I'd like a president who will come in and throw these people overboard immediately. And that's what I'm asking for. I just want the board and the chancellor's office to empower whoever the president is to make these decisions, to fix these wrongs, to give us a chance to get to shore in one piece. Thank you.
I got good balance. Thank you. Give me a second to get my thoughts in order. It's the first time I do this in my community. Thank you, regents and presidents, student government. My name is Cesar Lopez. I'm a student at CSN. I'm currently pursuing an associate degree in building automation, and I have been accepted into UNLV's engineering program. The issue that I want to bring forth here is inclusion, empowerment, equity, and justice. That's what I've been hearing in this meeting all day. As you can tell, I didn't write nothing because what I have to say is personal. I ran for student senate. I won my election, and then I got removed for being undocumented. I'm also a veteran. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, and currently I'm undocumented. Because of that reason, I was removed from my elected position at CSN, and I've been working with Brian Aikens, our student advisor, I mentioned it to President Zaragoza, and we are trying to come up with a solution to this. I did present the solution that UNLV had already placed forth for this issue. What I'm here to ask you is that doing my research on trying to change this wrong at CSN, I found out that pretty much UNLV is the only school of higher learning that accepts undocumented students to participate in Student Senate. With that being said, how do we expect our young community of immigrants to be integrated into our society when we're telling them, oh, you need to integrate, you gotta assimilate to the American culture? And then when we try to assimilate and go for the positions that every student is allowed to go for, we're denied that position and removed. I'm asking you to come up with a solution similar to the one that UNLV came up with, and allow all the students to have empowerment and equity in our participation in our community. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Juan Avalos. I'm the Vice President of Student Affairs at the College of Southern Nevada. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting all of you personally yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm new to CSN, I'm new to NSHE, and I'm new to the state of Nevada. I'm here in support of Dr. James McCoy. My observations and my recommendation does not come from anything connected to the college. I knew no one when I applied. I started meeting people as I've arrived. So I am not immersed in CSN's history or its institutional politics. Everything has been, for me, a compilation of raw exchanges and personal observations in working side by side Dr. McCoy as a member of the executive team over the past 4 months. So this is what I've gained in the last 4 months, and I believe Dr. McCoy to be uniquely qualified. There's many reasons why I believe that, but I want to point to a few that I think are paramount. At the top of the list for me is I believe that he truly understands and is deeply committed to CSN, to NSHE, and to our local communities. That is evidenced by what people have mentioned, 2 decades of service to CSN as a faculty member and administrator, 2 decades of service to the local community in giving of time, energy, and contributions. Dr. McCoy is a great communicator. And in leadership roles, you got to be able to listen. You got to be able to communicate clearly, consistently, and I believe he has those attributes. He's a systems thinker. And some of the challenges that we find ourselves at CSN involve having systems that are clear, that make sense, that are predictable, that are efficient, that are effective, and I think he brings that to the table. Dr. McCoy is extremely hardworking. He is early in, late out. You will run into him on a Saturday afternoon going to his office, so I don't think his work ethic is at question. And I think one of perhaps the most admirable qualities that I see in him in the 4 months that I've been here is that
Sir,
he's not afraid
I
to talk.
apologize for having to interrupt you, but we've extended the 2-minute time frame.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Arnold Bell. I'm a former Faculty Senate Chair at the College of Southern Nevada. Today, I will be speaking about item number 12 on the agenda. On October 14, 2005, Dr. James McCoy stated at a department meeting, "Let's paint their faces black, put them in the back of the bus, and place swastikas on their arms." To date, I have never received an official apology. As a Black professional, I am greatly concerned about Dr. McCoy representing a minority-serving and Hispanic-serving institution like the College of Southern Nevada. We can ill afford to have a racially insensitive candidate leading one of Nevada's most ethnically diverse post-secondary institutions. Realistically, CSN is in desperate need of a more culturally enriched, authentic leader. As stated in the 2018 National Search for the President of the College of Southern Nevada, which we ended up getting Dr. Zaragoza, it is important that the Board of Regents and Chancellor seek an individual with unquestionable integrity, with a commitment to diversity and inclusion that advances the college commitment to a diverse faculty, staff, and student population. Dr. McCoy is not a champion for diversity. As you see that a multitude of my colleagues spoke about his significance and what he has done, but very seldom anyone spoke about diversity, equity, and inclusion as being a key attribute. So, in addition, Dr. McCoy really lacks experience in leading an executive administrative team that can conduct a forensic audit and assessing our accreditation, shared governance, multi-campus model, financial audit, as well as the Sawgrass diversity report, as well as our questionable student enrollment and retention rate. We talked about the success of guided pathways and achieve the dreams, but I'm of statistical data. Just look at the data of the graduation rates of our Black students and our brown students there. It's not there. Look at the information. So, in reviewing the national 2018 search for the president of the College of Southern Nevada, the overall qualifications, Dr. McCoy would not even meet the bare minimum. So if he's so prominent, like so many people are saying, let's conduct a national search so we can get a president like we got from UNLV, a president like we got from UNR, a president like we got from Nevada State, as well as CSN. If it's credentials of that, let's do a national search and see what unfolds. Thank you.
SCS, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 9 callers at this time.
Okay.
Caller with the number ending in 7487, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Hi, my name is Jenny Mitchell, JennyMitchell. I'm a tenured professor in the Comm Department at CSN, and I'm in full support of Dr. James McCoy for the role of our interim and hopefully future president of CSN. McCoy is ethical, he is kind, he is personable and smart and able and amazing at running this school. He's the right one to lead the future for us. He's worked for years at CSN as a professor, the chair of the Comm Department in administration, and as a VP at the right hand of the current president. He championed no greater odds around the country, showing the value of community colleges and what we do. He's a great listener and cares deeply about the students and professors. I teach at CSN because of McCoy. He brought me on to recreate the journalism program, and he has supported my work for the past 13 years. I recommend him wholeheartedly for this role now and in the future as our president. The staff chooses McCoy, and we wish the Regents will too. Thank you.
Okay, caller with the last 4 digits ending in 3400, please unmute, pressing *6. Please state and spell your last name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, this is Charles, last name Ansell, Ansell. I'll be brief. I strongly endorse James McCoy for the interim presidency. From a national perspective, I've worked with James for several years. You'll be hard pressed to find anybody as organized, thoughtful, committed to student success, somebody who has been at CSN and helped lead a multiples increase in grad rates. And I think having James as the interim president at CSN is a no regrets move. And I hope that the Regents move forward with that. Thank you.
Okay, caller with the last 4 digits of 8581, please press *6 to unmute, state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Brandon Protas, Protas. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Alliance Engagement at Complete College America. I'm here to talk about item 12, the upcoming vacancy in the president. So thank you for allowing me time, Regents and Chancellor Charlton. I've known Dr. James McCoy as he has served in multiple roles, from Assistant Vice President of Academic Affairs at CSN to Assistant Vice Chancellor of Student Success and Director of Co-Resident Implementation when he was at NSHE, again as the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Chief Academic Officer at CSN. James McCoy also serves as a Complete College America Fellow. I've worked directly with James on multiple initiatives, including the Metro Momentum Pathways Project as well as the co-requisite support to scale across the entire state. Because of my work with Dr. McCoy, I talk often about the successes in Nevada and the leadership that he's done. I'm going to be co-presenting with him and others around the work around co-requisite support statewide. I've seen his writings as he submitted reports to CCA, and more than anything, I've seen him leverage the success from working with us, knowing that success begets more success. In a few words, I think of him with leadership. He knows how to steward student success reform forward with a key understanding of process, empowerment of faculty and staff. The co-requisite support work that we did statewide is a success because of him and his understanding of a grass tops and a grassroots approach. I think of Dr. McCoy's focus on student success and equity. He looks at the data and he disaggregates the data to see who is being served and who's not being served in order to identify the needs and opportunities that are required to improve. And that is including co-requisite support, it includes dual enrollment and other initiatives. And finally, I think of Dr. McCoy in a visionary way, his creative approach, and he's dependable to get the job done, looking for opportunities to develop staff. You can see that through no greater odds than others. Thank you for the time.
Okay, the next caller, whose number ends in 2447, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Ansel, Sarahancel. It is my pleasure to be horribly unoriginal today and speak in support of James McCoy for the position of interim president. I am the founder and CEO of Student Ready Strategies, which is a national organization focused on equitable student success. So over nearly a decade, I've had the opportunity to work with Dr. McCoy on various projects in various capacities. But I've also had the opportunity to see a wide variety of leaders across the country. And I can say with certainty that James is top tier among them. I won't go into all the reasons, as those have been clearly stated by all the other folks here today. But I would say that I would recommend Dr. McCoy for a leadership role anywhere in this country. It is my perspective, though, that to not appoint him to this role would be a huge missed opportunity for CSN. A national search is never going to turn up another candidate who cares so deeply and feels so personally connected to the college. I've gone on lots of campus tours in my days, and I've never seen anyone exude the level of pride that James exuded when he showed me around CSN. I've seen him speak on national stages about the institution, and he does so with a passion that is unmatched by his counterparts across the country. So with his commitment to the institution and all the stellar leadership qualities you've heard about today, I do believe that James is uniquely qualified to lead this institution. And I know the question on the table is an interim appointment, but if the question were instead to forego a search and to make Dr. McCoy's appointment permanent, I would enthusiastically support that as well. I would like to thank you for your time and attention.
Next caller, your number ends in 6020. Please unmute by pressing *6. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Greetings, Regents. My name is Danifu Elston, Dhanfu. Last name Elston, Elston. And I have the honor of serving as the Senior Vice President for Strategy and Chief of Staff for Complete College America. The great state of Nevada has been a member of the Complete College America Alliance and network of 41 states since 2010. And so my brief public comments in this forum are in support of Dr. James McCoy for Agenda Item 12. James has been a supporter of Complete College America as a bold, nonpartisan national advocate for dramatically increasing college completion rates and closing institutional performance gaps. James has been a CCA national expert and fellow. He's been instrumental in building movements through the scaling of proven ideas across this nation, as well as James is a force in transforming institutions by bringing leaders together to redesign systems. And as an organization that works directly with many of the most influential and impactful college presidents across this country, we believe that Dr. McCoy represents these values and has those presidential attributes that are critical in the areas of operations, finances, programmatic development for fundraising, and student success goals for the College of Southern Nevada. His advocacy has led to Las Vegas being the host site for the Complete College America National Convening, which will take place in a couple of weeks from December 10th to the 12th. James has been a catalyst for the promotion of College of Southern Nevada, as well as the state of Nevada, and will be an excellent choice for the interim president role. We proudly support his candidacy. Thank you.
Okay, and the next caller with the phone number ending in 9310, please unmute by pressing star 6. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Cameron Basquiat, Basquiat. I wanted to join this phone call to express support for James McCoy in Chancellor Charlton's nomination for him as interim president at CSN. I had planned on expanding upon the positive attributes of Dr. McCoy, but frankly, after listening to all that I have heard, I doubt I could come up with any new and original accolades that you have not already heard. But I do want to call your attention to the diversity of people speaking out. That you have former students of Dr. McCoy's, you have colleagues of Dr. McCoy's at the faculty level, at the administrative level, at the classified level. You have students that have worked with him in his capacity as an administrator. And you've heard phone calls from people around the country who have witnessed the promotion of CSN through Dr. McCoy. We have no greater champion than Dr. James McCoy. He has served in so many capacities at CSN over the last 20 years. He truly knows the ins and outs of this institution. And I don't know anybody that champions it more than Dr. McCoy. And I give this idea of him serving as interim president my full support, and I hope you will as well. Thank you.
Okay, next caller with the number ending in 0087. Please press star 6 to unmute. Please state and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ball. It's Lisaball, and I am the Executive Director of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society Desert Region. I wanted to take the time to share my support in Dr. James McCoy's consideration to serve as the CSN interim president. I've had the pleasure of working with James for almost 5 years now, and James has been a wonderful community partner to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society for the past 10 years. He has served on our local board of trustees, most recently serving as our board chair. He volunteers at fundraising events, dedicates his own time and talents to raising funds to support our cancer patients. I wanted to share one of the many events James supports, which is our Student Visionaries of the Year campaign. So every year, James takes the stage to inspire and celebrate local students' fundraising efforts for our organization. Just to give you an idea of the impact these local high school students have on cancer patients, last year alone, they raised $1.3 million in 7 weeks with inspirational leaders like Dr. McCoy providing encouragement and support. Throughout my time working with James, he has become more than a volunteer and a donor with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. I consider him to be a dear friend. As a third-generation Las Vegas native, UNLV alumni, and CSN alumni, I could not express enough my level of support and excitement to see someone like Dr. McCoy being considered for this role. Thank you all for your time, and special thank you to President Sandoval for supporting us Rebels as we capture that Mountain West Conference title. It should make that canon loss hurt a little less to have the title sitting in Nevada and not in Idaho. Thank you all again for your time.
Okay, and the next caller with phone number ending in 0550, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, this is Caroline McIntosh, MC, capital INTOSH. I live in Ely, and I'm part of the Great Basin College family. I'm honored to be a GBC Foundation member and the Institutional Advisory Council. I have a long-standing relationship with GBC. I strongly support Dr. Amber Donnelly for interim president of GBC. Dr. Donnelly has been a part of the executive team that President Helens and Vice President Rivera have created to move the college forward and have done so with great success. I know Dr. Donnelly will continue with that great and positive work throughout the Great Basin College geography. I hope you too will also support Dr. Amber Donnelly for the interim position at Great Basin College. Thank you for your time.
And caller with the number ending in 1697, please press star 6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is James Bartlett, JamesBartletT, and I'm a professor of workforce development and community college leadership at Old Dominion University. And I'd like to comment on Dr. James McCoy serving as interim president of CSN. I've served as director of the doctoral program in community college leadership for 17 years at North Carolina State University and are serving at that same capacity at Old Dominion. I've worked with hundreds of doctoral students. Our programs intentionally develop community college leaders and partner with national organizations such as the Aspen Institute, Achieving the Dream, and the League of Innovation. I would like the board to be aware that from my perspective in these roles, that Dr. McCoy would make an excellent leader of the College of Southern Nevada. In terms of his work that he's done with his research, he looked at how high school counselors viewed community colleges and was able to develop from that communication that would help better provide access to the community college. In addition to that, we've worked with Dr. McCoy with the film No Greater Odds. The film shows the struggles and impacts of a diverse group of students that went through the College of Southern Nevada. I actually met Dr. McCoy at Achieving the Dream, where he was sharing these stories, and he interacts with our doctoral students annually to help provide them the whys of why are they doing this work, and it shows the critical need for this at community colleges, and he actually, is able to bring the voice of these students forward. The voices of students that aren't typically heard from diverse backgrounds, single moms, immigrants, African-American students, students with mental health issues, and show why it's so critical to serve these. So he is not only a leader locally, but nationally from my view. He's going to bring presence to your institution from a number of different venues that a number of people have already talked about. But what I'd like to say is that from my perspective, you will not find a better leader that's going to champion student success, student access, transfer, completion, equity, and labor market outcomes to help your students at CSN get economic mobility. So with that, I would say that I would be highly supportive of him in that role going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there's no further public comment online.
Do we just want to double check SCS to make sure that there aren't any more callers waiting somewhere to add? No, we're okay? Thank you, sir.
That's
I
it.
appreciate that. I think what we'll do now is take at least at a minimum a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll resume. Thank you. Okay, it's about 4:07, and what I'd like to do is resume our meeting in hopes that we can conclude by 7:30, 8 o'clock to enjoy festivities this evening. All right, so we're going to continue on, and we're going to move right into agenda item number 4, which are our Regents welcomes, introductions, and some reports. And we'll begin with Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Regent Downs for the record. Just wanted to give you a little update of my experiences since September. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I also want to thank the UNLV for hosting the Regents meeting and the professionalism exhibited by the personnel in preparing the space and making us all feel welcome. And thank you to President Whitfield. During the past 3 months, I have had the pleasure of attending President Sandoval's tailgate parties and the UNR football games. These have been an enjoyable experience, and I appreciate being included. In early October, my daughter and I also had the honor of attending the UNLV Foundation dinner at the Bellagio, where Kevin O'Leary provided an inspirational presentation. I'd also like to thank the UNR Faculty Senate and the UNR NFA chapter for inviting me to meet with the faculty and staff to discuss the upcoming COLA decision and the impacts of the previous COLA implementation. I also thank the UNR ASUN and Government Affairs Group for inviting me to discuss the COLA decision. In addition, I enjoyed meeting with students from the GBC Winnemucca campus via Zoom to have the same discussion. I look forward to meeting with them in person in the future. Meeting students is a very enjoyable and critical component of being a Regent, and I really cherish those opportunities. I also want to thank Matthew Hahn and the UNR Graduate Student Association for inviting me to be a judge at the Poster Symposium. This part really impressed me, seeing the research our students are conducting. It was very, very rewarding, and I'm going to say I was really overwhelmed to see what they're doing and the type of projects they're working on. This is a testament to those students and to the professors. I also thank the Nevada Student Alliance for inviting the Regents to their mixer last night. Again, the more we meet with students, the more we can impact them and they can impact us. Finally, I want to thank Hunter Noble and Sarah Bisbing, I apologize if I said those names incorrectly, of the UNR Forestry Program. Recently, my daughter and I were able to visit the recently acquired property, the Aspen Creek property, and got to visit the Whittle Forest as well. These properties are quite impressive and offer the students and faculty an incredible laboratory to study not only forestry topics, but also they talked about hydrology projects that were going on there and agriculture. On the property, the Aspen property, there are orchards, and so students in the agriculture department can use that facility. So I encourage all the Regents, when you have the opportunity, to go visit those if you are interested to visit those places. So thank you.
Regent Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read the 18-page paragraph by paragraph, if you don't mind. Okay. First, I'd like, since our last September meeting, I went to the UNLV Foundation dinner, which was a good opportunity to hear a fantastic speaker and socialize with people that I don't normally see on an everyday basis. I also attended the economic roundup for the Northern Nevada NNDA, which Dr. Dalby, president of WNC, was the most glorious MC with appropriate dad jokes. The building, and that's an opportunity to build relationships and continue those relationships with the Northern Nevada Development Authority and keep our fingers on the pulse of what our stakeholders and businesses need. I thank you to the UNLV Faculty Senate for inviting me. Even though I was a little bit under the weather that day, I really appreciated that the questions were poignant, and I have the opportunity to meet later on with a few members of the faculty. And I went to the UNLV Climate Action Plan, but I think I mentioned that last time, but I just want to reiterate that Mr. Bullitt, who spoke today, built that and put that together with a lot of high-profile names from our legislature came and watched that UNLV Climate Action Plan. Lastly, I'm a member of the Extension Advisory Committee, and I'd like to invite everyone to come see the Alamo facility. It is a new site which would be perfect for a retreat or any other type of they're rebuilding the facilities. I heard the food is A1, and it's a part of our institutions, and it's to be used by K through 12 students from an urban setting that don't usually get the experience of going, seeing real grass and hearing crickets. So, and it's a very nice facility, and they're adding other things to do as we speak, and it's going to be used by Clark County and Lincoln County students. So, and that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will highlight a few of the things that I've done in the past quarter. First, I'd like to thank Regent Del Carlo for her passionate advocacy on behalf of community colleges and her willingness to serve on the ACCT Executive Board. I think what you do there is very important, and it showed as many of us went to the ACCT Leadership Congress in October. It was great. And thank you, Chair, for your remarks, and Chancellor Charlton as well. I also attended DRI's final Science at the Springs presentation for that season. It was a really interesting presentation. I think sometimes that it's amazing how the work that you do at DRI and the ability of your scientists to bring it to the public is really fascinating, and I appreciate it and look forward to future events. I also attended the CSN Youth Entrepreneur Success Pitch Competition at the North Las Vegas campus. There were contestants there from Nevada State, CSN, and UNLV. Very proud of all of them, and they did a great job. Went to a UNR Discover Science Lecture Series event with Dr. Joe Schwartz. It was entertaining and fascinating, and again, he brought science to the layperson, and it was a really enjoyable evening. So thank you. Actually, at the same time, I think it was your 150-year celebration, and at one point the fireworks were going off, and we didn't know what was going on at first, and then realized it was a huge celebration outside. So that was a lot of fun. Also, I had the opportunity to go to a few of UNLV's anthropology department pro seminars and listen to some nationally recognized anthropologists, and that has been a great opportunity for me. And as President Dalpy mentioned, I participated in the stargazing party with several other regents, and we had a great time. I was also honored to attend a recent NSA meeting. Thank you, President Stancuti. I discussed my work on BFF and the investment committee, and also upcoming COLA and how that impacts students. I also got to talk with Nevada State's student leadership, and I would say that the conversation was so riveting that I fell out of my seat. So that was wonderful that I got to spend time with so many students. And really, to top it off, this quarter I got to go to the NSA mixer last night and spend some time with regents and students. And I want to thank the students who spent the time to get to know us regents and vice versa. And it's wonderful to be able to spend time with students. So thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I think one of the greatest things on this job is the variety of things we get invited to and are able to take advantage of if we have the time. And sometimes it's a conflict because you don't know which one to go to. I, too, was at the 150th anniversary for UNR, saw the science thing, and you just can't be two places at once. So future people out there, try to figure out how we can be in two places at once. But and I also attended the groundbreaking for the business building. I attended UNR and was in the School of Business, so that was very meaningful for me. So I also went down in my district down to Fallon, and they had the groundbreaking for the Oasis College Prep Academy. It's they've been renting from WNC, and they broke ground. They're going to have their own high school, and it's really great. Their founder was just appointed by Governor Lombardo to be our new charter school person for the whole state, and she's an amazing leader. So that was really fun to do. And also at Mary Poppins, I went and saw Mary Poppins. I didn't see it once; I saw it twice. It was really, really good. I too attended the NNDA. I tried to go to every one of those, and Regent Perkins right. Kyle, Dr. Dalpy had his bad dad jokes book or something like that. It's always fun. One of the things in my district I really enjoyed was going out to Walker Lake rehydration ceremony. And so how many of us have driven from Reno to Las Vegas and you go through Hawthorne and you see Walker Lake, and every time you go by it goes down, down, down. It's really sad. It's been going down for a long, long time. But because we had such a huge winter last year, the lake had gone up 15 feet. That's huge. And they said they had a wonderful program that day, and the Native Americans were involved too. And if you can go up 23 more feet, if we have a great big winter, I'm hoping we have a Polar Express, what's it called? Tsunami Con? Atmospheric river. We hope we have one. If it goes up 23 more feet, then they can restock it with fish, because there's only 2 living organisms in it right now because it's so salty. I attended DRI celebrations of science at the Springs, a couple of them, and those are really great programs. You take complex subjects and you turn them into things that even I can understand, because science was never my forte, but I sure enjoy listening. One of the best things that I attended, first time since I've been a Region, I went to the symphony at UNLV, and I love the symphony, and it was just wonderful. And I couldn't believe in the presentation in ARSA this morning, and I had no idea that UNLV was working with the women's prison, and they're doing it through the College of Fine Arts. I think that touches my soul, because we have to have the arts in our life. Don't ever let anybody tell us that we have to cut that out when the budgets are tough, because we don't. I went to the TMCC Legacy Scholarship Dinner, had an amazing, amazing student speaker that higher ed has changed her life, and you needed a box of Kleenex to get through dinner. And I hope someday that we can all hear her maybe at a future meeting or something. I went to the CSN's Southern Nevada Diversity Summit. It's always excellent. I encourage my colleagues to go to that. I went to the State of Henderson address. It was really good, and they were talking about the water shortage and what to do. I like that. The biggest thing I think in the last quarter for me was really the ACCT Leadership Congress that was held at the ARIA in October, and we had record attendance. We had over 1,900 people attend. Thank you, Chair Brooks and Chancellor Charlton and my fellow regents. We had the best attendance we've ever had from Nevada. It really touched my soul, because I have been elected to the national board. I'm the first one ever in 54 years from Nevada to even served on the board of directors. Now I'm in an executive position, and if I win my reelection next year and I run for another 3-year term on the board, then I will be the chair-elect next year. So we'll see, and that's in Seattle. And also ACCT will be having their leadership summit, or their legislative summit. It's coming up in February, so I hope we have a good contingent of people and students going to that. But back to ACCT, I really want to thank CSN. They did a tremendous job. They, once again, really stepped up to the plate. Your whole team, Dr. Zaragoza especially, shout out to Clarissa Coda and Michelle Ward. I had the great idea, or crazy idea, of putting together some swag bags like they do with the Oscars. So thank you to Chancellor Charlton. Boy, she got resources, everyone. Let me tell you, Ethel M. chocolate, these great clear bags that fit all the regulations. I think one of my best gifts was President Dalpy at WNC found these coffee mugs that said "Coffee with Carol," because about 4 presidents ago, they had a president named Carol. I got these, and then lo and behold, President Sandoval gave me Wolfpack Howler coffee. So, I mean, that was really a big hit. Really a big hit. But thank you to all the institutions that really stepped up. These bags were stuffed. You couldn't have gotten another thing in them, from the DRI's lip balm to UNLV's breath mints in the little square. It was great. It was really a great project. I also went to the Kenny Gwynn Policy Center open house. I attended the NSHE funding formula meeting. We had our first meeting. The second one's not until February, but that's going to be great, I hope, especially if there is more money. If there's not more money, then I don't know what we're doing. I also attended the teachers. Oh, I know. David Sexton, who's here with GBC, and I are both on the Nevada Advisory Committee to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. I've been on this for almost 8 years, and I will be going off next year. But we just finished our report on Nevada teacher and professional staff shortages and equity in education. It's at the lawyers being read and all that stuff, but at the point that it's all approved by our lawyers and our board, I will be sharing that with everyone, because it's pretty startling what's going on, and we've got to make some changes there. So with that, that's all I've been doing. Thank you.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So I always like to reflect on my past quarter during these remarks, similar to my colleagues here, because I do try and be as involved on campus as possible, because I'm so proud of our institutions, and I want all the students, faculty, and staff to know I'm here to support you. Some of my highlights. So I attended a dual enrollment conference with Regent Cruz Crawford. And we walked away with some actual future legislation that we're looking to work on for the next legislative cycle. And we will definitely be sharing more as that gets fleshed out over the coming year. On campus, I was able to join the UNR Wolfpack Walk. I also had an incredible time and was treated very kindly at the rivalry football game, even though I was wearing my alma mater colors. I explored NSU's campus on their Scorpion Stroll. I spent time with DRI professor during the Nevada National Security Site Tour. I appreciated the warm reception and active dialogue at the UNLV Faculty Senate meeting. Just yesterday, I was actually on the UNLV College of Liberal Arts student-led podcast coming out in the spring. And I was absolutely blown away by WNC's Evening Star Party. These experiences have really enriched my perspective and reaffirm my unwavering commitment to our system, shared mission of striving for excellence in all things that we do. Now reflecting on my 11 months as a regent. I'm profoundly humbled by the unwavering dedication by the professors, students, administration, and our staff. Your remarkable support, insightful contributions, and passion for your campuses and communities is truly commendable. I deeply appreciate the exceptional leadership of our presidents and the robust infrastructure fostering an environment of growth and ongoing academic excellence at each institution. However, in my reflection, I cannot overlook the challenges and ignore the gaps in our board's achievements. My aspirations for overhauling the culture, fostering strategic discussions about the future of NSHE, and to instill critical thinking in our deliberations have fallen short. I am disappointed and I am concerned. It's imperative that we as a board engage in introspection and evolve to better support our institutions. Neglecting these issues isn't an option. This board is the one that shapes public perception, and we serve as the face of our institutions to other government entities. So I would challenge my colleagues to invest time in between meetings for personal growth and engage in meaningful conversations. Our collective preparedness will drive efficient operations, pave the way for impactful outcomes for our institutions, and because our institutions and our students rightfully deserve this. So 1 year from now, I hope we gather in this room again, and I envision the board's evaluation showcasing our unwavering dedication to introspection, fostering growth, and dedicating ourselves to tangibly advancing our higher education system. My ultimate aspiration is to proudly witness a list of commendable achievements that have significantly uplifted our students, faculty, and staff. Thank you.
I don't see any other regents with a report, so we'll move on to agenda item number, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry, there wasn't, please, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Cruz Crawford, for the record. I'm going to be super short. Did a lot of the lovely things the regents did, enjoyed doing it with my fellow regents and students and staff. I did want to report out one piece of legislative priorities that I have. One of the problems of practice as a regent that is a K-12 administrator is trying to expand our dual enrollment to create access. Also bridging the gap of preparedness that many of our 100 and 200 level professors see with students not being ready for their coursework. And so one thing that I wanted to share that came out of the concurrent enrollment conference that was attended by Regent Brown and mine is that I was looking through our state graduation rates and proficiency rates for students that are seniors. And in the state of Nevada for K through 12, high school students have a math proficiency rate as a whole of 19.6% in math. And in ELA, our proficiency rate is 45.5%. However, we have a graduation rate of 81.75%. So what that says is that we are graduating students that are not proficient in reading and math. And so that's the problem of practice that I have been really working on, trying to identify so that we can create access so our students can go into college and career and not just push the problem ahead to our universities. And one of the solutions that we have developed, Regent Brown and I were playing with an idea to request $2 million in state funding to get 250 high school teachers 18 credits of graduate credits in either math, science, and English in order to improve their craft and so that they can support better dual enrollment programs and so that we are not pushing the buck. So as a regent, I am committed to working in that K through 12 space so that it supports our students, our staff, and our workforce at the higher ed level. So I just want to share that in my regent report. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is all. So we will now move on to agenda item number 5. And we'll hear from President Suzanne. I always butcher the name. I apologize.
You're all good.
Stankute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Brooks, Regents, Interim Chancellor Charlton, and UNLV, CSUN, and the GPSA for hosting us this week. For the record, my name is Susanna Stinkute. I'm the chair of the Nevada Student Alliance and the president of the Associated Students of Western Nevada at Western Nevada College. Last night, the Nevada Student Alliance held a mixer in collaboration with the GPSA in the Graduate Student Commons at UNLV. I would like to thank Regents Cruz Crawford, Del Carlo, Downs, Brown, and Carvalho, President Whitfield and President Dalpy, and the NSA members who attended. One of my goals this year as NSA chair was to facilitate better connections between the students and the Board of Regents. The mixer gave us a chance to learn about each other, and I hope that we will continue to interact and work together for the remainder of our terms. I'm also really happy to announce that on October 24th, we welcomed the Associated Students of the University of Nevada School of Medicine, or ASUN-SOM, into the Nevada Student Alliance. We are so excited to welcome this new and previously underrepresented voice into our alliance. So from the Graduate and Professional Student Association, the GPSA has been hard at work for the interests of the graduate and professional students at UNLV. They recently hosted a Grad Rebel Appreciation Night at Allegiant Stadium with over 200 graduate students and their families in attendance to support Rebel football. They will be working with President Whitfield and Athletic Director Harper to schedule 2 additional Grad Rebel Appreciation Nights for basketball season. They're also hosting a 5K fundraiser in January and are gearing up for the 26th Annual Research Forum and Poster Conference in April of 2024. Please be on the lookout for invitations to these events as they would love to have you come out to support graduate and professional students at UNLV. The GPSA President, Nicole Thomas, also served as a member on the NSHE Cost of Living Adjustment Committee and fully supports the 11% cost of living adjustment to retain our talented faculty and staff. While they recognize that there are many challenging conversations to be had, the GPSA will continue to advocate and encourage legislators to fully support our public school employees. From the Student Government Association at TMCC, the TMCC SGA has been actively engaged in student advocacy and hosting impactful events since the September board meeting. In October, the General Assembly made an important decision to approve a student survey aimed at gaining valuable insights into the preferences and concerns of the student body regarding SGA operations. Similarly, the SGA partnered with the Counseling Center to establish a mental health advisory committee, which first met on November 17th to discuss and address mental health concerns among students. In another positive development, the SGA approved the acquisition of work gloves that will be distributed free of charge to students in the upcoming spring semester. And as finals week is right around the corner, one of their senators has taken the initiative to organize a food cart, providing fresh fruits and vegetables to alleviate the stress of students across all TMCC campuses. Lastly, President Gomez is actively working towards securing Narcan access for Nevada institutions and a commitment to providing resources to the community to prevent the loss of lives due to overdoses. These collective efforts are highlights of TMCC's SGA's dedication to enhancing the student experience and contributing positively to the wider community. From the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, ASUN has officially passed the Passion Fund with multiple applicants already, and they are tackling financial insecurity that UNR students face with their club or organization memberships. They presented at multiple conferences like NASPA on diverse student engagement, NASC for high school leadership students, and the iLead conferences for all clubs on UNR campus. Mayor Shivi spoke at the Wolfpack Talks and engaged with the Wolfpack community. Similarly, ASUN extends their gratitude to Regent Downs for coming to their campus and speaking on COLA to the UNR students. From the Graduate Student Association, the GSA has been busy putting together several initiatives. The GSA is finalizing their 21-22 Graduate Student Climate Survey in order to understand the needs of their constituency better. The GSA just added 4 new representative members, bringing their council to 29 voting members, and is in the process of creating a fundraising committee to help support graduate student scholarship, endowment, or emergency funds. The GSA is working on different initiatives to raise funds for the Graduate Student Emergency Fund. One event, the Wolf Truck Wednesday, brought over $2,000 to the fund. To conclude, the GSA is working on an industry and academia program in order to help bridge the gap between industry and academia by helping determine ways to incentivize faculty to receive grants from industry partners and also help support graduate student research and stipends while providing to the university. The GSA president also visited Washington, D.C. to host a congressional briefing for the Graduate Student Research and Development Coalition to showcase the importance of mentorships for graduate students and how mentorships can be improved through requirements and grant funding within NIH and NSF. From the Nevada State Student Alliance, the Nevada State Student Alliance has been consistent with their involvement in monthly service projects where they collaborate seamlessly with notable organizations like Get Outdoors Nevada, Teach for America, Obodo Avec Collective, Baby's Bounty, and 3 Square. The commitment to community engagement is an integral part to the student government's essence, showcasing a deep dedication to instigating positive change. NSSA's comprehensive approach to service, spanning environmental stewardship, educational empowerment, infant care, and food security, exemplifies a holistic commitment to addressing diverse needs. From the Associated Students of the College of Southern Nevada, ASCSN had a very productive month. They passed the Period Equity Project funded by the CSN Foundation, spearheaded by Senator Gilda Espinoza, to address the critical issue of period poverty to ensure that students have access to period products by collecting products from the different campuses. Additionally, ASCSN held the Ambassador Day at their main campus in West Charleston during the International Education Week. They awarded a scholarship to a former senator and student, Cesar Lopez, for being an active member of the community within CSN. Thanks to the Office of the President, ASCSN sent a delegation to the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities Conference. They formed connections, learned about other institutions, or how other institutions are serving their students, and understood and became aware of the changes in education for existing and emerging Hispanic serving institutions. They would like to acknowledge and give a big thanks to Emmanuel Colillo from the U.S. Department of Education and advisor at the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics. It was such an amazing experience to be a part of, with good exposure for CSN students, and gave insight into the career paths and opportunities within the government, such as internships both remotely and in Washington, D.C. Lastly, these past weeks, ASCSN has been engaging in sharing their voices and perspectives in the strategic plan for CSN as an institution and is making progress for the future of education. And lastly, from the Associated Students of Western Nevada, ASWN has been very busy since the September board meeting. Student enrollment at WNC is up, and our goal is to create a vibrant and student experience to help retain students moving forward. This semester, we have hosted over 50 student events to help support this goal, and we are gearing up for De-Stress Fest, which starts next week, where we will host an additional 47 events over 2 weeks in the hopes of supporting students during finals. Since our last report, we handed out pink t-shirts and information throughout October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We participated in the Nevada Day Parade and supported Dia de los Muertos with the Latino Leadership Academy. The ASWN Student Affairs Committee has been actively working with our student body to get their opinions on important campus updates. ASWN would like to thank President Dalby, Vice President Dana Ryan, and CFO Coral Lopez for prioritizing time to speak with us about the inner workings of our institution. Lastly, I am so excited to say that I am sitting on the Committee for Funding and Higher Education, and I am looking forward to learning more about the funding formula and its role in our system. That concludes my updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Now we'll move on to the Classified Council report with President Helen Corbello.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks, fellow Regent members, Chancellor Charlton, and attendees. My name is Helen Corbello, Corbello. I am the current president for the NSHE Classified Council. As I stated in our last statement to the board, we are updating and finalizing the NCC bylaws and have anticipated completion date by month's end. Thank you to the Board of Regents Chief of Staff, Carrie Nikolawski, excuse me for that, for your guidance through the submission process. The 2024 Classified Regents Award process is underway, and we are moving forward in that selection process. Thank you again, Board of Regents, for offering this opportunity to recognize the outstanding work of classified employees. We have solidified a date to meet with Chancellor Patricia Charlton and work to build a strong rapport between the Chancellor's Office and the NSHE Classified Council. In addition, we would like to establish a date to meet with the Board of Regents to build upon our collaboration efforts. We are also working towards developing and implementing equity across the NSHE institutions. We have been evaluating parking fees implemented at UNLV and UNR and its financial impact on the classified staff community. With the cooperation of the UNLV Controller's Office, UNLV Faculty Senate, UNLV Administrative Faculty Committee, and the following Classified Council representing UNR, CSN, GBC, NSU, WNC, and TMCC, we, the NSHE Classified Council Executive Committee, propose that the current Classified Staff Employee Dependent Tuition Award, also known as the Grants and Aids Program, offered at each institution be equally extended to all 8 NSHE institutions. There is disparity here. Academic and administrative faculty receive different benefits than classified employees and their dependents. To clarify, current classified employees are able to attend classes primarily at their own institutions, and some can extend to their geographic areas, such as UNLV employees can attend another Southern Nevada institution. Classified dependents can only receive benefits at their own institution. For example, a current classified employee that works at UNLV has 3 children attending NSHE institutions statewide. Dependent A attends UNLV and receives the grants and aid assistance offered. Dependent B, who attends UNR, and Dependent C, that attends TMCC, receives no aid. In contrast, academic and administrative faculty in the same scenario, all 3 of their dependents would receive grants and aids assistance. With Governor Lombardo's recent 2023 State of the State speech, he mentioned that he will focus on restoring and enhancing funding for higher education programs. This would be a first step in that direction. As proven by the implementation of the Enrichment Award Program at UNLV, all 8 other NSHE institutions have followed suit and provide such aid to their classified staff dependents. Administrative and academic faculty dependents have been offered a grant and aid for all other NSHE institutions with a great success rate. We are asking to have this benefit offered to the classified staff. The NSHE Classified Staff Council proposes that this extension be effective with the upcoming 2024-25 academic year and beyond. We ask that the Board of Regents review and discuss the proposal, which is forthcoming. We would estimate that the benefit should be available for employees as early as fall term 2024. The NCC would like to add this agenda item in the future Board of Regents meetings, please. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council.
Thank you, President. And we'll now move on to the Faculty Senate Chairs Report with Chair Dr. Peter Reed.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and President Whitfield and UNLV for hosting us here on campus. For the record, my name is Peter Reed, R-E-E-D. I serve as Faculty Senate Chair at the University of Nevada, Reno, as well as Chair of the NSHE Council of Senate Chairs. I speak today on behalf of the Senate Chairs, who collectively comprise the body representing all NSHE faculty. We've held many discussions together, as well as with faculty across our campuses regarding the decisions you will make tomorrow about our FY25 budgets. We realize that these are complex decisions, and we believe the ideal way to navigate complex decisions is through the power of shared governance. Collaboration, reciprocal relationships, and effective communication can help point the way. Therefore, Adding to the recommended options you received from the committee you convened to consider these issues, faculty senates, as promised, sought broad input from faculty through surveys, voting, and open campus dialogues. Today, I will share these perspectives to offer input for your consideration. I'll start my report with what faculty at our community colleges shared. David Sexton reports that at Great Basin College, around 70% of faculty are in favor of the 11% COLA, including a delayed COLA, using a mix of student fees and other austerity measures. The other 30% have concerns about what would be required to balance the budget, including concerns about raising student fees, and thus these faculty are open to a reduced COLA. Rochelle Basson reports that faculty at Western Nevada College feel similarly, with a strong preference for implementing the COLA with student fee increases or offsetting the cost with alternative options such as a COLA delay. It's worth noting that the WNC Faculty Senate voted unanimously to support the 11% COLA. Patrick Villa reports that a similar proportion of faculty at the College of Southern Nevada share these perspectives, including a quarter of faculty calling for the COLA to be fully funded by student fees. The rest of those supporting the full COLA believe a mix of shared solutions, including both student fees and other budget measures, are appropriate. Molly Apple found that faculty at our state university strongly believe that funding should be sought in equal measure from both an increase in student fees and the institutional shouldering of operational budget adjustments. Nevada State's student government leaders also voted in support of this recommendation. From our R1 universities, Bill Robinson reports that UNLV faculty overwhelmingly support the full 11% COLA, with around 70% encouraging the COLA no matter the budget impact. But they prefer it is implemented in a manner that shares the burden across everyone, including students, faculty, and the institution. At my university, Senate discussions reporting faculty input, as well as our formal all-campus conversation with faculty, staff, students, and campus leaders, demonstrated that the majority of University of Nevada-Reno faculty support the full 11% COLA alongside an increase in student fees. That said, a significant minority of faculty are open to a reduced COLA amount due to their deep concerns about the impact of the full COLA and the implications for course offerings, faculty workload, and student experience if deep cuts are required to balance the budget. Another important element in this discussion is the impact on self-supporting or non-state budgets. These budgets are a significant consideration at both R1 universities and are the prevailing concern for the Desert Research Institute. DRI Senate Chair J.D. Lancaster shared that covering increased costs for research faculty is going to be very difficult. Self-supported long-term projects that were budgeted before this discussion began will suffer significantly. As you know, there is no support, 0%, provided by the legislature for faculty on self-supporting budgets, meaning faculty, principal investigators, and program directors are responsible for shouldering the full amount of any COLA for their teams. If I try to summarize what we heard from faculty across the system, I would say the majority, or around 2/3 of faculty, are in favor of the full 11% COLA, including support for a delayed COLA, alongside a modest increase in student fees and leveraging other reasonable options to balance the budget. On the other hand, there is a significant minority, around 1/3 of faculty, with deep concerns about the challenges of balancing budgets after an 11% COLA, particularly if there is no increase in student fees. These faculty prefer to consider a reduced COLA to minimize negative outcomes, including those affecting the student experience, such as disruptions to programs, delayed progress to degrees, and fewer options for student participation in faculty research. In short, a shared solutions approach appears to be the only viable option. Further, for all NSHE faculty, it seems there is deep concern and rising anxiety over how your decisions tomorrow will be implemented, which has an effect on morale. We ask that you deeply consider the complexities of this issue and lean on the input you've received from faculty, as well as the committee you convened. We ask you to make decisions that establish a path forward that clearly affirms the value, importance, and labor of faculty on the front line of teaching, research, and service. Because ultimately, it is faculty, through these efforts, who create the experience students seek when they choose an NSHE institution for their education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And now we will move to the Chancellor's report with Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton.
Okay, thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the board. I will try to be brief because I know our day has run pretty long, but we still have work to do today. So just a few updates for you. As was mentioned by a couple of the regents already, on November the 14th, we had our first committee to study the funding of higher education. Really want to thank Regent Brooks, Regent Del Carlo, and Regent Goodman for your participation. We've got a long road ahead of us in this process, but this is some of the most important work. Appreciate the representation that we have from our presidents, from our faculty senate, and from our student leaders, and all of those that participated. Recently, and she's been asked, and I'll be serving on the commission to study innovation and excellence in education throughout the state. That work will begin in January of 2024, and that was an invitation from State Superintendent Joan Ebert. As I mentioned in my introductions earlier, we're happy that we were able to conclude the recruitments for both the Vice Chancellor for Business and Finance, as well as the Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Coming soon, hopefully, will be an announcement for you formally when they start for the Chief Human Resources Officer, as well as the Public Information Officer. Our staff has been lean, and I reported that to you at our September meeting, and so appreciate the grace that you have all provided as we're dealing with strained resources and staffing levels. We have been very busy coordinating, and when I say we, the presidents, the business officers, Chris Fatone specifically, regarding our coordinating activities in preparation for the 2025 legislative session. So right after the first of the year, you're going to start hearing a lot of information on that prep work because by this time next year, we will all be getting ready for the 2025 legislative session. And we know that that's a big, heavy lift that we're going to be asking all of you for. Also, during the last several months, there has been a great deal of work that has been done. I really want to call out J.D. Lancaster of DRI, Bill Robinson at UNLV, and Peter Reed at UNR as we've launched the process for the presidential periodic evaluations for those three presidents. It's taken a lot of time from them, as well as for the presidents. Thank you for your grace as we're moving through that process, as well as for everyone at the institutions that have been involved either in surveys, through forums, also representatives of your community that are participating in this very important process. And then as you have heard and will hear shortly, Chair Brooks and I have been busy working on some of these upcoming vacancies that will also happen at two of our institutions. Really want to give some appreciation also for Government Affairs Director Alejandro Rodriguez, as we are very deeply engaged in the interim work or the preparatory work for the interim study work that will happen with the legislature. They're starting to convene and we'll be having meetings beginning with the new year. We are also, Alejandro and I are meeting with legislators to engage in conversations in support of NSHE and our institutions, and specifically around those conversations that we will have tomorrow and that we have been having related to cost of living adjustments and seeing what we can do to move the needle on the support for NSHE. Also in these past several months, and again, want to thank representatives from the institutions, the students, the faculty senate, the presidents, Chair the Business and Finance Committee, Regent Carvalho, all of our system business officers as they have prepared and evaluated various scenarios and strategies regarding the cost of living. We know that all of these decisions are very difficult, and none of this has come to us lightly, as we will talk about that tomorrow. Our system team also continues to work very aggressively and collaboratively around the state with key groups, including GOED, NDE, the Nevada Department of Education, LVGEA, and so many others that have invited NSHE to the table to be a part of really what the future looks like, and they're really supportive of our institutions. Additionally, our NSHE staff and our institutions have been actively engaged in preparation and planning for the upcoming Complete College America Conference, which is going to be here in Las Vegas on December 10th and the 12th, and a lot of our people have been involved in that and will be participating. And finally, I wanted to give appreciation to President Zaragoza for his leadership in the organization that brought the International Education Conference to Las Vegas. This is the first time that that conference has been in the United States, and it's because of his role on that board. And so, Chair, that was my report for today.
Thank you, Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton. We appreciate that. Today, what I'd like to do is begin the chair report by honoring and extending a heartfelt gratitude to those exceptional individuals who have dedicated an incredible 3 decades or more to the noble pursuit of higher education. We're happy to celebrate the unwavering commitment, expertise, and passion of our esteemed staff and faculty members throughout Nevada by showcasing their names on the rolling slides on the main projector behind me. Throughout these years, these exceptional individuals have been the guiding stars, shaping the minds of countless students. Their devotion to academia has not only enriched the academic landscape, but has touched the lives of generations of students, leaving an incredible mark on the fabric of our institutions and communities. On behalf of the Board of Regents and the System Office, I extend my sincerest thanks and admiration to our esteemed staff and faculty members for their 30 years or more of exemplary service. Your dedication has been the cornerstone for higher education success in the state of Nevada. Congratulations to you all on this incredible milestone, and may your legacy continue to inspire generations to come. At this time, I will ask if there is anybody in our presence here who has 30 years or more, please stand. Get up. All right, there you go. Hey. Congratulations again. As we celebrate the dedication of exceptional individuals, it's crucial at this time to recognize the unpredictable nature of the world we live in. Just as our honored individuals exemplify resilience, recent events, specifically the horrific terrorist attacks in Israel, remind us of the unforeseen challenges that can impact us all. We are now 54 days since those attacks, and we are still waiting the return of American and Israeli hostages. The graphic photos, videos, and firsthand eyewitness accounts of barbaric and inhumane acts committed by Hamas have had a significant impact on people all over the world, particularly the Jewish population from across the globe. Unfortunately, we are witnessing an alarming rise in anti-Semitism on college campuses across the nation, which has a direct impact on our Jewish population locally, particularly for Jewish students and faculty. Recent statistics reveal that between October 7 and November 7 of this year, compared to the same period last year, there's been an increase of anti-Semitic incidents by 300%. Such hate-driven behavior not only violates the fundamental principles of tolerance and respect, but also undermines the educational experience and sense of security for Jewish students and faculty on our campuses. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution grants individuals the cherished right to free speech, a cornerstone of our democracy. It is a fundamental right that we deeply respect and strive to protect within our educational community. However, it is crucial to emphasize that while free speech is a bedrock of our society, there are limitations when it comes to unlawful and criminal acts. We can unequivocally agree that maintaining a safe learning environment for our students is of paramount importance. It is imperative to understand that the First Amendment does not protect actions or expressions that are unlawful or criminal. Threats, harassments, violence, discrimination, and any form of illegal behavior are not and should not be misconstrued as protected speech. It is imperative that our institutions uphold their commitments to providing a safe and welcoming environment for all students, regardless of their background or beliefs. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act protects individuals from discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. Anti-Semitism falls within that purview and requires a firm stance against any form of discrimination or harassment targeting Jewish individuals. Rallies and demonstrations advocating for the eradication of Jews are not only abhorrent, but also create an atmosphere of fear and intimidation. No student should ever feel threatened or unsafe because of their religious or cultural identity. This time last year, the Board of Regents adopted the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism to support the recognition of anti-Semitism when it appears on our campus. This is the same definition used by the U.S. Department of Education when they're investigating anti-Semitic reports. Clearly, we have a system-wide shortfall with its implementation, and shortfalls with collective messaging that demonstrates empathy guided by moral compass. School administrators are often torn between obligations to defend First Amendment freedoms and the obligation to maintain an environment free from bigotry, harassment, intimidation, and violence. According to guidance from the U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights, speech crosses over from the protected territory into harassing verbal conduct that is not protected by First Amendment when it is sufficiently severe, pervasive, or persistent so as to interfere with or limit the ability of an individual to participate in or benefit from the services, activities, or privileges provided by a school or college. The protests on our campuses with either written slogans or verbal chants of "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" calls for ethnic cleansing of Jews from the only Jewish state in the world. The chant "Zionists are not welcome here" clearly calls for discrimination against Jews. The chant "There is only one solution, Intifada revolution" is reminiscent of Hitler's final solution, the elimination of all Jews. Make no mistake, the Jewish student experience in education is being interfered with. While all students must feel protected and safe on our campuses, it is the Jewish students who currently are vulnerable. We simply must do more. And I commend our institutions for having the difficult conversations in support of finding better ways to support Jewish students and faculty at this time. I greatly appreciate President Whitfield and President Sandoval for their continued conversations, and I urge the continuation of proactive measures to combat anti-Semitism. I ask that we have follow-up conversations to address how challenges regarding Jewish students are being addressed at our institutions. And that will conclude agenda number 9, the board chair report. We'll move into consent items.
Mr. Chair. So,
Regent Boylan, I don't know if...
thank you. I just have a question. Is there a collection of what's happened to any of our Jewish students or instructors in any of the colleges or universities in Nevada? If there is, why hasn't the board been informed of them or been given a copy of it? Is there anybody been affected?
All right.
I know it's happening.
Just so that I understand the question,
Yeah.
and I want to make sure it's...
Yeah, if I can, Michael Wixon for the record, caution the board. Certainly the statement that the chair read is certainly within his prerogative and as chair as he gives his chair report. If we're talking about specific actions, if we're having a specific report to the board about those kinds of activities, that would need to be agendized and presented to the board in that format under the open meeting law.
I see. Thank you. Or it could be in new business because
It certainly could. You could request that in new business,
I'm interested to know
certainly.
how our Jewish students and faculty have been affected.
Yes, you could. Thank you, Regent.
Thank you.
So moved for consent items on number 10.
Thank you, Regent Perkins. Is there a...
Second. I'll second, Chair Brooks.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. So consent items number 10 on the agenda will be 10A through 10F. There's a motion to approve by Regent Perkins, seconded by Regent Del Carlo. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please say no or nay. All consent items have passed. We will now move on to agenda item number 11. This is the agenda item for the vacancy at GBC, and I will ask Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton to lead us in, oh, there you are, to lead us in this conversation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor of the System of Higher Education. So the agenda item before you today is in a follow-up to some conversations that we've had and I shared in my report. As you know, President Helens has announced that she will be retiring at the end of this academic year. We do wish her very well on her next adventure, and I'm sure that she will have adventures. So as part of the process and in accordance with your code, our code, Title II, Chapter 1, Section 1.55, on November the 3rd, Chair Brooks and I facilitated a list of Zoom calls, virtual meetings with major constituents from the Great Basin College community, the faculty, the staff, as well as the students. Before you and in your briefing paper, you'll find that we talked to over 80 people during that process. And overwhelmingly, there was consensus among GBC constituents that it would be appropriate for the board to appoint Dr. Amber Donnelly as GBC interim president effective July 1st. The constituents expressed a strong desire for the board to have an individual with existing connections and an understanding of the rural mission of a community college. There were some a minority of constituents that had suggested that a search could be warranted and that might be appropriate as well. But overwhelmingly, from what you heard in public comment, there were people from the IAC, from the foundation, and then also letters of public comment that were provided as well. Many things that were stated about her is her commitment to the state of Nevada, the work that she has demonstrated in her statewide efforts, and for building the health sciences and nursing programs at Great Basin. She's been an integral part of the leadership team, and especially her working very closely and collaboratively with President Helens, as well as Vice President Jake Rivera. They are quite a team, and that was something that was really celebrated. So really want to give appreciation to President Helens and Vice President Rivera as well. So at this time, I would like to just ask Special Counsel Wixom for some conversation. I'd be available for any questions on the process. I know that one thing that people may be saying is, why are we doing this so soon? President Helens isn't leaving for 7 months. And it's because of the language in the code that requires that if the board would like to do a search, now would be the time to do a search because of the July 1st is really actually right around the corner. So I'd like to turn it to Special Counsel Wixom, please.
Thank you, Chancellor Charlton. Michael Wixom for the record, Special Counsel Michael Wixom for the record. I think it's appropriate at this point in time to give just a brief overview and summary of the code provisions that apply to a presidential search in this circumstance. The code in section 1.5.5 provides that if there is a vacancy that either has, quote, occurred, unquote, or is, quote, about to occur, unquote, then the board has two options. The first option is that the board may appoint an interim president. An interim president, as you know, would have the opportunity, if the board so chose to become president later. That would require a 2/3 vote, and there would have to be a specific term applied to the interim presidency of between 1 and 3 years. Historically, the exact term would be stated in the motion. However, if it's desired that the exact term be determined at a future date, then the motion should state that the appointment is for a term of 1 to 3 years to be determined, the exact term to be determined at a later date. That's the first option, the appointment of an interim president. The other option is to appoint an acting president to determine that you need to do a search and then appoint an acting president. And as you know, an acting president would not be eligible to serve as president following the search and would not be part of the search. That would require a majority vote. There is a third option in this case that we want to at least identify for the board, because this is an unusual situation in that the vacancy is not arguably about to occur in the sense that it's going to happen in 7 months. And that option, under that scenario, as we read the code, because arguably it's not something that's happened or is about to happen, it's going to happen at a point in the future, the board could also determine just to begin a search now without the appointment of an acting president in that regard. So in essence, if I could just briefly summarize then, you have three options: the appointment of an interim president that would be for a term of between 1 and 3 years, And if you don't give a specific term, then you would have to make the appointment subject to a specific term that would happen at a later time, with the interim president being qualified to serve as president, subject to the will of the board. And that requires a 2/3 vote of the board. You could appoint an acting president and then begin a search. If you appoint an acting president, you would need to begin a search right away, and that would require a majority vote. And then, arguably speaking, because there is some ambiguity about what the phrase "about to occur," it means you could, arguably speaking, start a search now, given that the vacancy occurs in 7 months. And I'll pause and ask if you have any questions.
And I just would like to clarify that if approved on the recommendation of the chancellor, which is for an interim president effective July 1st of 2024, based on the community feedback and the internal and external constituent stakeholders that participated, we would bring a contract back at a later time for the board's final approval on the compensation and term. And so I'd also like to see if Chair Brooks would like to add any comments based on our conversations that we had with the community.
I appreciate that, Interim Chancellor. The only comments I have is I'm like you, extraordinarily comfortable with the recommendation that you brought forward. It was very clear during these stakeholder conversations the direction that those stakeholders at GBC and, frankly, in the community wanted to go. And so for us, I believe this was a very easy decision to make. Thank you.
Be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Regent Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that statement, I completely forgot. But no, I would like to, is President Hellens still available?
She was here earlier. I'm not sure that I've seen her.
Yes, I'm here.
There we go.
Well, I'd like to hear from you, actually, about your thoughts and your thoughts about this appointment.
For the record, this is Joyce Hellens, President, Great Basin College. So I've always believed that success comes from succession planning. And as most of you know, I probably was only here maybe a couple months and I started succession planning. So we have a very small team, but a very effective team. And some of the team, we knew that there were plans to go other places and actually my vice president for student and academic affairs has been greatly recruited for the last 2 years, but has stayed to make sure that we can get some of the things that were planned active. Amber Dinelli was elevated to the position of assistant vice president. So she worked with Vice President Rivera closely. And again, all this was part of succession planning, knowing, of course, that I don't have that decision to make, but at least the planning to keep the college moving forward, to making sure that we have access to higher education in the rural areas, why I call it Greater Nevada, was sustainable and can actually be happening. So we've been doing that with great success. And it's part of the succession plan that I believe in, and I believe in Amber Dinelli. I think that she has earned this, and I strongly support her. And I know Vice President Rivera also does as well.
Thank you for that.
We will continue to support her, and certainly I will for the remainder of the time that I am president.
Excellent. Thank you for that answer. Very thorough and very complete. Thank you.
Regent Goodman?
I don't know if this is out of turn, but I would like to nominate, I'd like to make a motion. Oh, I'm going to leave it to my colleague over here to make the motion since it's her district. I will give the floor to my colleague, Regent Cruz-Crawford.
That was very sweet. Thank you. And thanks, Mama Del Carlo, for stepping in. I would like to, as this is my district, and I've had an opportunity to talk to many, many constituents, I feel really good with this, so I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 11.
Thank you.
Second that.
Thank you, Regent Cruz-Crawford. Before we have the second, I just want to make sure that we have the motion correct, and that is that this is the appointment of Dr. Amber Dinelli to be the interim president for GBC. And I do not want to put words into your mouth, but I'm anticipating that perhaps you'll make this motion with the understanding that it will be in a term of 1 to 3 years, which will be determined later at another date.
I would like to make a motion to approve the appointment of Amber Donnelly to the position of interim president of Great Basin College effective July 1st, 2024, with it brought forth later of the term of 1 to 3 years. Is that correct? Did I do something wrong?
That sounded like we were just about in there. I'll defer to the attorney to make sure that this is correct.
With one clause, thank you, if I may, Michael. Pardon me, Michael Wixon for the record, with one additional clause, and that would be that this specific term would be determined at a later date.
With the specific term to be decided at a later date.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the way that I heard that, Regent Cruz Crawford, is that you are making a motion to appoint Dr. Amber Denali to the to the interim president position at GBC for a time period of 1 to 3 years, which will be implemented at another date. It'll come back to the board.
Correct.
Thank you. And the second was? The second from?
Second that.
Second from Regent Goodman. Is there any discussion? Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a clarifying question. Why we are requesting to move the term and essentially the contract terms to a later date. Normally, that's not the case when we appoint an administrator.
Certainly, and for the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor. In conversation with Council, we determined that bringing it at this timing was appropriate. We just had the conversations over the last month, and then just given the shortened timeframe because of the holiday schedule and having to negotiate a contract would take a little bit of time, and so that's the only reason. It just has to do with the timing, and then also being responsive to the community. I have to say, President Helens has been absolutely phenomenal during this process, providing great context for the community. And the community has been very, very supportive, reaching out to, I know, the chair and myself, as well as the faculty senate chair, and also Vice President Rivera. They've been really phenomenal. And as President Helen said, Amber will be joining her right close together, especially as they navigate some first-time opportunities, such as the legislative session preparation and all of the work that's to come before. So that is the reason why there's the delay, is just having to do with timing and this meeting specifically.
Thank you for the clarification.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I just wanted to say how much I support this motion, and Amber's been just a phenomenal leader at GBC. I find her to be extremely humble. I mean, really humble. I heard about the nursing program, and then when I met her, it's just like, wow. I thought, usually that person sometimes can have a big personality when they do so well. But she's very humble, and I do appreciate that. She's highly respected. Which is wonderful. The nursing program, as we stated earlier, is like #1 in the state. They have 100% pass rate on their exam. And the other thing, it really takes a special person to be in a rural community. It's not for everybody. And the community is looking for stability and someone that wants to stay a long time. And she's been there a heck of a long time. I'm not sure how long, but I know her dad's a Nevadan somewhere out there in the rurals. And I think I really appreciate President Helen setting her up for success, and with her mentorship, and with the Vice Chancellor Jake Rivera too. It takes a team to get you ready for these kinds of things, and I think this board's very fortunate to have someone of her caliber, and that is it's 88,000 square miles of rural Nevada that GBC covers, so it's. It sounds easy, but it's not easy. It's not at all easy, because you are responsible for a huge piece of the state, and you need to be there. And I know she'll be there on all her campuses, so that's really important. So thank you, Amber, for being willing. Where is she? I don't even see her. Where is she sitting? Oh, she's way back there. Now you can sleep tonight after this vote. Thank you.
And Regent Del Carlo, just so that we heard, and you can know this too, she was born and raised in Elko. And her father is a rancher there, and her husband works in the
Oh, I
mining
didn't
industry.
know that. I love that about you, Amber. Wonderful.
So the motion that we have on the floor was made by Regent Cruz Crawford. It was to appoint Dr. Amber Denali to, I apologize. Oh, Regent McMichael.
Yes, I would like to make a friendly amendment so that the term will run for 3 years.
Thank you. Michael Wixom for the record, if I may. If you choose to consider that kind of an amendment, under the open meeting law, you'd have to withdraw the motion and remake the motion. That would include the amendment as opposed to a friendly amendment. So if that's the will of the board, if the moving party is willing, the moving party would withdraw the motion and the second would withdraw the second, and then you would present the motion again with that clause.
And excuse me for jumping in, Council, but also, Regent McMichael, I think there would have to be some other conversations as the motion was already originated. It was a 1 to 3 year term that would be decided at another date. We have to come back with contracts anyhow. And so it seems I would offer that would be an appropriate way to go, because at that time you can certainly voice more opinion or direction for the full 3 years.
Unless there's any objections, I move that the original motion be removed, and we add that the individual has 3 years. Period.
Good enough. Regent Cruz Crawford, you made the motion, so you will either have to, at this point, I think it would be best to just withdraw the motion and then restate the motion with the 3 year interim term.
Regent Cruz
If-
Crawford.
if you
For
desire.
the record, I appreciate the friendly amendment. However, we have that option because it is 1 to 3 years. So when we come back, we can go with 3 years. But right now, I would rather not close down our options. But I really appreciate hearing that, because I think we should have her as long as possible too, and stability is key. But we don't need to make that decision right now. I trust that just the feedback from the board and the constituents that could possibly happen. So at this time, I will not remove it, but I'm on the same page as you. So thank you, Regent McMichael.
Thank you, Regent Cruz Crawford.
Do I
And
withdraw
Regent McMichael.
I will withdraw my motion for a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Regent McMichael. Are there any other discussions? So the motion on the floor, which was made by Regent Cruz Crawford, seconded by Regent Goodman, was to appoint Dr. Amber Denali as the interim president for GBC with an appointment period of 1 to 3 years, which will be determined at a later date.
If I may, Mr. Chair, pardon me.
Sure.
Could we clarify the moving party and the second? Did we have the second correct? It was Regent Goodman who seconded? Okay. It was. Thank you.
Okay. So I will ask our Chief of Staff to do a roll call vote.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Regent Downs,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael,
Yes.
Regent Perkins,
Yes.
Regent Tarkanian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ariscata,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breaker,
Yes.
Chair Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations, interim president. The floor is yours.
If we could, Chair, allow Dr. Donnelly to have a couple moments.
For sure. Yeah, the floor is hers. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. For the record, Dr. Amber Denali,
feeling a little overwhelmed, but thank you so much, Chair Brooks and Regents and Chancellor Charlton. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for this opportunity to serve as the interim president at Great Basin College. It is with great enthusiasm that I accept this position, and I am eager to contribute my skills, my experience, and my passion for education. I am confident that together we can navigate the challenges and the opportunities that are ahead. I am committed to maintaining the lines of open communication and ensure transparency and collaboration. And I would like to give a thank you also to President Joyce Helens as well as Vice President Jake Rivera, because they are incredibly supportive of me. I'd also like to give a huge shout out to my communities, my faculty, and I got some feedback from some of the meetings that they had, and all I can say has been a very humbling couple of weeks. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you. Interim Chancellor, did you have any closing remarks, Interim Chancellor?
Thank you very much.
Perfect. So normally we would move right into agenda item number 13, which is institutional metrics, but our host has been gracious enough again in consideration of time to allow us to move this till tomorrow, along with agenda items number 14 and 15. So we will now move into agenda item number 16, which is public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
Just congratulations to Amber Donnelly. There's no other public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Then we'll move to public comments here in Nevada, or UNLV.
Sorry, it's been a while. Chair, Regents, Presidents, and Chancellor, my name is Pio Rejas, P-I-O space R-E-J-A-S. I'm the student body president for CSN, and I'm speaking on behalf of agenda item number 12 and the student perspective on it. My team has quite diverse opinions on who's the best candidate to be the interim president. While they throw some names in the list for the possible candidates, who and why is the best person and an essential person to be the next president. And while I believe that Dr. James McCoy is a great candidate for the position and possibly being permanent president, we agreed, and I quote, "Whoever is the next president of CSN needs to reflect not only being passionate in the work field, but meeting the needs of the students and representing the student population percentages." Thank you.
Hello, Chancellor Charlton, Regents. My name is Brayson Gomez, G-O-M-E-Z for the record. And as a dedicated student within the NSHE system and a student representative on the fiscal year 25 salary increases committee, I wish to express my enthusiastic support for option A regarding the proposed 11% cost of living adjustment with a delay for all professional employees and a 5% registration fee increase. Undoubtedly, the prospect of increased student registration fees is a matter of concern for us as students. However, it is crucial to recognize the shared responsibility we bear in fostering a thriving educational environment. The proposed fee increases are not arbitrary, rather they are a necessary means to ensure that our esteemed faculty and staff receive the compensation they rightfully deserve. Option A's approach of an 11% salary increase for professional employees with a delayed implementation date of October 1st, 2024 strikes a balance between addressing the financial needs of our faculty and staff and respecting the financial constraints faced by students. It acknowledges the It acknowledges the importance of sustaining a competitive and motivated workforce within the NSHE system. The inclusion of the 5% increase in student registration fees, non-resident tuition, part-time non-resident tuition, and distance education tuition, while undoubtedly burdensome to students, in a pragmatic solution to share the financial responsibility. Moreover, the decision to suspend the annual professional performance pay awards for fiscal year 2025, as outlined in both options, further emphasizes the shared sacrifice required by navigating these challenging fiscal circumstances. I urge the board to consider the long-term impact of our decision. Investing in faculty and staff is an investment in the quality of the education we receive. A motivated and fairly compensated academic workforce directly translates into a better educational experience for us as students. Thank you for your time and consideration. I trust the board will make a decision that preserves the integrity of our academic institutions and supports both the present and future members of the NSHE community.
Good evening, Regents. I know it's late. Molly Apple, Nevada State Senate Chair. I'm here on behalf of one of my constituents who actually asked me to read her public comment because she could not be here today or tomorrow. And so this is from my colleague Christina Caputo, C-A-P-U-T-O. She says, as full-time administrative faculty, I'm in favor of option A. This adjustment is essential to allowing NSHE employees to mitigate high rates of inflation from the last decade. The full 11% adjustment supports employees who make it possible for students to thrive, persist, and graduate with degrees that impact the greater Nevada workforce. This will restore our pay, back to fiscal year 2015 levels. Failure to do so even this much will result in losing more educators, which Nevada cannot afford. If we continue to offer such low and non-competitive salaries, the quality of key academic programs and student success services will undoubtedly suffer. If we fail to equitably adjust NSHE employees to the fullest amount, then greater compression will result between classified and faculty positions. Even after the 5% student fee increase, NSHE will still be among the very lowest in average student fees for public higher education across the 50 states. The student success outcomes of all NSHE institutions rely on the retention of dedicated, knowledgeable, and experienced educators who need your support in ensuring that our wages are adjusted to close as much of the gap as possible that has resulted from the significant increase in cost of living over the past 10 years. Please vote for option A. Thank you, and you may see me again tomorrow.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There is none at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, then at this time, we'll recess this meeting and we'll reconvene tomorrow at approximately 9:30 a.m. immediately following the foundation meetings. And just so everybody's aware, there is a beautiful reception that is being hosted by UNLV this evening. President Whitfield, what room is that in? It's in room 208. Please find your way to room 208. We'll see you there. Thank you.